fucking... Oh yes, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean chat disconnected? Fuck you! Oh. Press. Got thoughts. Interact. Did I hit go live? Am I stupid? Yes, I am. Okay, so you might have seen my dumb fucking bullshit for the past 50 seconds. Hi! YouTube's live chat translation does it automatically and it doesn't let you turn it off halfway through the stream, and I hate it. I don't know what the fuck that was about. Irritating. Irritating. I'm probably gonna, like, shave off the first couple seconds of this for nonsense. Hi! Hello! The Butthurt Pokemon fan is here to video games, Palworld character design nitpicks, complaints, slash analysis. Bring this water. I'm going insane. It's been a while since I streamed last. Hello, hi, how you doing? How you doing? How you I fucking scoot my mic. Stop scooting my mic. Okay, so thank you for the birthday wishes. We are going to start out by me discussing some of my feelings about the overall, Palworld-y situation. And some of my, like, we're putting on our nuance hats today. We're going to fix, does your tier list have every Palinduna, Palpita? I have Palworld's wiki open. I have it. I have the wiki. So, we're first going to go over some of my feelings about Palworld. Sort of like the nuances of how I feel about it versus Pokemon and the whole, whatever, the whole clusterfuck surrounding it. And then we are going to go over... Oh, I will stick there for a second. We're going to go over my, criteria for the tier list. So, Palworld, I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan. Pokemon is very important to me. And I do have Pokemon to thank for getting me into monster collectors at large. I also have friends from grade school back in the day to thank for that. Let me know if the music's too loud. So, about, like, you remember the old playground. If you're my age, if you're, like, late 20s, early 30s, you remember the discourse around quote-unquote Pokemon ripoffs and the original rivalry between Pokemon and Digimon. Now, being a Pokemon fan, starting from the age of 2, 3, thereabouts, my neighbor's off-leash dog is greeting another neighbor and she's watching her run around. Sorry, got distracted by dog. I bought into that shit because I was a dumb little stupid baby. As dumb little stupid babies do, because dumb little stupid babies will always have something to be dumb and stupid about. Anyway. But eventually, one of my classmates in elementary school managed to sell me on trying out Digimon. And I was 11 years old. I was a big kid. I was gonna decide, you know what? I am intelligent enough to judge Digimon on its own terms and compare and contrast and decide whether it's really a Pokemon ripoff or whether it's doing its own thing. And I got Digimon World Dusk, and it was great, and I loved it, and I had a lot of fun. And that sort of, got me interested in the Montaming world as a whole. Because in that era, that sort of Generation 3 and 4 era, everyone was trying to ape Pokemon's popularity. And also back in the 90s too, but like in a slightly different flavor. So there was the 90s wave where stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Monster Rancher, and to an extent Digimon were trying to ape it. And then, like, in the Gen 3 and Gen 4, like, kind of era, that very, like, late Game Boy, early DS era in the 2000s, was, there would be, like, other sort of, like, Pokemon ripoffs, and there would be quote-unquote ripoffs, people trying to get in on it. One of my favorites of the era, Spectrobes, was explicitly designed as a Pokemon killer. It didn't work, and unfortunately, Disney pitched a shit fit when it didn't kill Pokemon like they wanted it to, so they abandoned it, even though it was good in its own right. And that's... to give you that benchmark, me being a lifelong Pokemon fan who has also had fingers in Digimon, in Monster Rancher, in Spectrobes and Fossil Fighters, and things like that, and was kind of, like, voraciously consuming whatever I could of, like, in that sort of, like, monster tamer space in the olden days. That is my benchmark for what an interesting Montamer can be. Because Palworld is part of, like, the indie Montamer renaissance of the modern day. And that is where we get into my gripes about Palworld. Because, I had, like, followed, like, I don't really, like, subscribe to him, and I don't watch all of his videos, but there'd be times where I'd pop over to his channel. His name is Gym Leader Ed, and he makes a lot of content, like, basically talking about news within the Montamer space. So he's a good resource for looking up, like, the status of, independent Montamer, like, announcements, progress. It's how I found out about stuff like Cassette Beasts, Koromon, Temtem I think I found out about independently, but he has talked about Temtem, and I did eventually play Temtem. And so, like, and this is also significant to me because at that same age, when I was an 11-year-old in 5th grade, when I was doing things like starting to branch out and play Digimon World and Spectrobes and Fossil Fighters, I had, like, a extremely vivid dream about a DS game that didn't exist, and, like, that kind of changed my brain chemistry and was like, okay, yeah, you're gonna grow up to be a game designer, you're gonna make this video game real one day, and I just had my own Montamer project on those that I just started working on ever since. And obviously I took a break, like high school, college, but I still have all those files, and I would like to revisit it. And also in high school, I came up with another option of, like, well, Spectrobes is dead now, so that niche is empty, so I could theoretically make a spiritual successor to sort of bring back the vibe of like, Montamers, but in space with ancient aliens. And there's just... so, like, this is to lay the groundwork to say that I have specific standards for what a Montamer should strive to be, and I am trying to expand my tastes once more and consume more Montamers as they go along, and sort of, like, partake of the indie renaissance. And I was, following Palworld for a while. It was one of the things that I had, like, I was excited for it. And then the first look trailer came out. And this motherfucker, Boltmane, this great value Luxray looking ass, deflated my hype instantly. Instantaneously. I was so disappointed that this thing existed that I stopped looking forward to Palworld entirely. I'll get to that. I'll get to that, Jacob. I'll get to that. So, my main gripe with Palworld, like, my critique of it is primarily about its creature design and about its art direction. I think its gameplay is fine. Also, I have, like, some critique. I dislike some of the behavior of Pocket Pair online. I think they got really combative and, like, they were kind of, like, obnoxious chuds on Twitter for a bit. And, like, doing stuff like being, like, kinda hype about AI-generated images when people were already starting to go, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't like that so much. Like, generally. And, like, that got them into controversy. I actually recently found out that, like, through an article, like, someone did, like, an article breaking something down where apparently a lot of, like, the news, surrounding the Nintendo lawsuit so, like, there's this whole clusterfuck happened around Palworld, and it's so frustrating because I think Palworld, my initial impression of Palworld was that it was not living up to my standard of what a Montamer should be. It was not living up to its potential that it could have had, and it was not, like, it didn't, and I've definitely, like, in the years since it's been out in early access, I've kind of, sort of, made peace with the idea that Pocket Pair and I have different priorities with the game design of, like, what a Montamer should be. Now, so the thing with it is that because my issue is with art direction and character design, there's like that kind of, like, because of the art direction, like, all of the design philosophies of all of the pals, the overall art style, and, like, the strategies that they were, like, thinking of to produce character designs make every single pal feel like a fake mon. And if you are, there is more, if you're going, I feel like you have a responsibility to rip off something more obscure than Pokemon if you're gonna rip off anybody, honestly. But it's just, like, if you're gonna make something look like Fakemon, why haven't you, like, just made a Pokemon fan game? And obviously, making an original property is good, and I want to respect and encourage that, and I want to praise them for doing that and, like, fulfilling that ambition. But, like, so, like, there's, like, even the other games in, like, the indie Montamer Renaissance have very distinct art styles. Like, even if they're more pixel-oriented, like, Koromon feels like itself. And, like, Koromon kind of feels like itself because it is a pixel Pokemon-like in the era of 3D Pokemon. So it's kind of, like, calling back to a world that almost doesn't quite exist anymore. But, like, it still has a slightly distinct art style. And Temtem has that whole, like, blocky, cel-shaded, painterly, lineless look. The lineless look is really interesting. And comparing those things, and a lot of other, like, modern attempts at, Montamer designs, like, they kind of, in my opinion, they blow Palworld out of the water. In a more objective sense, they show what Palworld could have been. Like, it feels like they lack ambition. It feels like they're doing it for, like, to poke fun at the biggest guy in the room, instead of, like, following their dreams. And you can make a parody of Pokemon, but if you want to make, like, a grittier, like, RimWorld-esque parody of the genre, I feel like you could do, like, you should probably go with, like, a grittier and wackier art style. And, like something a little sharper, a little more jagged. Not something that looks so similar. Like, it just, like, trips the Fakemon sensor in my head. And so, and what's more is that Boltmane looked very, like, rip-off Luxray in the trailer. Scrolling back up to look at his icon on the wiki, the orange does a lot to fix it. Switching that, like, the black and yellow, like, having it be able to glow orange, already is an improvement, like, significantly. I personally would make a couple more tweaks. And we'll get into that once we're getting into things in greater detail. But, generally, just... But also, there's the issue of, like, the fandom rivalry. Palworld fans being awful and obnoxious to Pokemon fans. Pokemon fans being awful and obnoxious to Palworld fans. And then there was the Nintendo lawsuit. And then my feelings on that are... the article... One time I mentioned the article back and I, like, got off track from that. But what I read about that article was that a lot of news coverage about the Nintendo lawsuit against Pocket Pair was... like, basically, like, not a smear campaign. It was, like, I can't remember the language they used. But it was, like, flooding the zone from one journalist at one gaming news outlet trying to make Nintendo look bad. However, even if Nintendo's legal claims are 100% valid in the Japanese legal system, I still think that Palworld brings something unique to the table gameplay-wise, and that doing an Arc Survival Evolved take on the Montamer formula is new and fresh, and that patenting video game mechanics at all is detrimental to the industry, and therefore I don't give a shit about Nintendo suing them to begin with. I think that's... I kind of put that in the same thing of like, oh god, Nintendo's doing a Nintendo again. Because, like, yeah, maybe Palworld should have worked a little harder on making something more unique than throwing a ball, because, like, even back in the day, plenty of the other quote-unquote Pokemon ripoffs had alternative ways of capturing and summoning your monsters. And it wouldn't have been that hard for Palworld to do something different. It did not have to be a Palsphere. Given the fact that it is an Arc, like, it's an Arc-like, like an open-world survival base builder with guns, they could have done something with, like, cannon-launched nets, or, like, dimensional trapping bullets or something, instead of just doing the Pokeball again. See, they're, like, little tiny things that could, like, make Palworld really shine, that just aren't there, and it feels like Pocket Pair doesn't give enough of a shit about these details to, like, go for it. And that makes me sad, because I think Palworld could be a lot more interesting in a lot more ways. I think being kind of a gritty, gross Pokemon-esque thing, where it's like, okay, we're parodying the power of friendship here, you absolutely can be a brutal exploiter of the wild animals that you call your friends, but you also can still, like, do a friendly run and still love your guys. They could have leaned into certain aspects to make it unique. Exactly! And I feel like the lack of desire, like, the fact that they aren't leaning into those aspects, now I say this as someone who has not played the game, but from the outside looking in, it looks like they haven't leaned into these aspects, and I wish they would lean into it more, And I was hoping they would lean into it more over the course of early access, but it looks like they're just gonna keep going the direction they're going. So, with the fact that I don't even, like, really think Nintendo's lawsuit is, like, philosophically valid, and also is regarding something that I do not think is a problem with Palworld, that kind of renders my critiques of this whole thing slightly different. And so, the tier list I have created, and so the tier list, we're gonna talk about why I did this tier list, and the fact that I feel like Pocket Pair isn't, like, taking this really seriously, and it feels like they don't really give a shit about their own world. This has bled into their character designs, because there's a lot of them that are really, not only is their art style basically just Fakemon, but some of them are so obviously Pokemon, or Pokefusions, or directly inspired by specific Pokemon, down to, like, stealing maybe hyper-specific design elements, that, like, it continues to contribute to this, like, it makes it feel like a mean-spirited parody rather than a world of its own. I feel like you could do more. Like, I feel like, see, the parody aspects are frustrating because, like, even if you wanted to be, like, kind of bitchy about the whole, oh, Pokemon's doing this thing, you can go, like, it's juvenile. Palworld is juvenile. There's, like, a difference between, like, pointing and laughing type of mean-spirited parody, and then there's, like, a serious commentary kind of parody, and I feel like they could have needled something a little different. And so, I have my tier list based on that. Because, even when they're based on Pokemon, some of them look pretty damn good. And I'm also not going to... Basically, the idea is I have, like, different scales in here. Where there's, like, original, but it's bad. Original, but it's fine. Original, but it's good. And then, like, rip-off, but it's bad. Rip-off, but it's kind of alright. Rip-off, but it's good. And, like, some sort of nuances in there. And yes, I gave Lavender its own tier. We're gonna talk about the fuck lizard later. I have a whole rant to go on about that, and that ties into the whole thing about how Palworld feels like a really juvenile, like, Beavis and Butthead tier type of parody of Pokemon, and I feel like that undermines its identity. So, we're gonna go have a momentary pause. I need to refill my water, because I have already done a lot of talking, and it's already getting to my voice. I'll be right back. BRB! Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so. Because this is a tier list, and this is about art and design, and, like, the vibes a creature gives off, like, this is also going to be very colored by my personal opinion. Stuff that ends up in the peak tier, up here, is going to be stuff that I personally like. It's going to be the kind of thing where I'm going to look at a pal and go, this is, like, up there with my favorite monsters in the game. There is also, like, the blue tiers are, like, favorite monster material. There's Peak, which is fully like, reasonably original. And, like, I'll go into my definitions for original, because you can take inspiration and change things around. It's just that sometimes when you wear that influence on your sleeve so much, it looks less like love of the game and more like plagiarism. And because the whole thing about Palworld feels mean, like, kind of mean-spirited, the fact that they're copying some Pokemon directly also feels mean-spirited. So it, like, kind of creates this muddled feeling of, like, okay, you're stealing them because you hate them. I only kind of want to hang out with the people who steal things because they love them, you know? And... I don't know, I have a lot of feelings. But then there's the basic idea, excellent execution, where it's like, it's kind of generic, but it's the kind of generic that anyone could have come up with, and they took it in a direction that makes it look really good. From just, like, a character design standpoint. A few edits stand between this and peak. This is the, like, really good Pokemon ripoff tier. This is, you are, like, you, like, took a Pokemon and changed it, and you are, like, you changed it, like, 90% of the way there to making a really good and interesting creature design. But you just, like, stopped before the finish line, and as a result, when you stop before the finish line, you get something that, once again, very obviously looks like a Pokemon. But it's, like, stuff where it's like, yes, 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 keep going, please, why did you stop? And so, this thing is, like, green tiers, Pokemon inspiration instead of Pokemon ripoff, stuff that, like, looks good, and is cute and fine, and looks like it could be based on a Pokemon, but it's in such a way that it's, like, going back to taking inspiration from the same source that Pokemon pulled from, rather than the Pokemon itself. Basic but good is self-explanatory, exactly what it tells in the tin. Basic but good. Stuff that looks like real animals, like your basic, like, cute little mascot critters that, like, are simple enough that copywriting them or, like, comparing them to a specific Pokemon would be kind of unreasonable. Yellow tiers, Pokemon Rip with a lot of potential. It's like, low blue tier, but they, like, stopped 50% of the way there instead of 90% of the way there, so it's really obvious this is just a rehashed Pokemon, but they're starting to rehash it in an interesting way that, like, they just need to keep going. Like, this could have been something. And then another yellow tier is good Pokefusion, where it's like, this is a Pokefusion, I can tell it's a Pokefusion, it looks good, and creates a good character design, but it's still so obviously a Pokefusion that you should have done more to it. Lazy Pokefusion is where, like, these two are kind of the same thing, where it's like, these two, good Pokefusion and lazy Pokefusion are the same level of creativity, but different levels of subjective aesthetic achievement. So I think the good, quote-unquote, good Pokefusions are just, like, better character designs than the lazy Pokefusions, but they are, like, equally lazy, if you get what I'm feeling. Shit that looks good versus shit that's just kind of mid. And then at the bottom, we have original but bad, where they tried and they failed. And that just happens sometimes. And then at the very bottom tier, we're gonna talk about the Fuck Lizard later. Fuck Lizard later. At the very bottom, it's just, dude, that's just a Pokemon. Where they didn't even fucking try. And that is depressing. So, we begin! Lamball! Our first little guy! Now let's see if Tierlist lets me upload WebP files. You look at my downloads folder, please. Can you do it? Yay! Alright. Lamball is a cute little guy. People said it looked like Wooloo because it came out when, like, Sword and Shield was out. Lamball is a cute little guy. Lamball's cute. I like Lamball. It's simple, it's effective, it's... Pokemon doesn't own the idea of a sheep with white wool and, like, black extremities. And it doesn't own the idea of a spherical sheep. Nor does it own the idea of a spherical sheep with white wool and black extremities. Lambo is an example of a character that takes the same concept and moves in a different direction. This is, like, people were saying this is a ripoff of Wooloo. It's not a ripoff of Wooloo. It's a fucking sheep, and it's cute, and it's good. This one is, come on. I mean, no images have been uploaded. Come on. Okay. I don't actually know how these custom tier lists work, so I'm gonna have to, like... Aren't you supposed to be able to click and drag this shit? The upload button to add your images, okay. Then it says no images have been uploaded. Did I fuck it up? Okay, so I am going to take a screenshot of this, and I'm going to remake the tier list right quick. Can you take me somewhere I've never been? And Ball, can you cooperate with me? Okay, so this was just because I had it going for several hours. So I'm gonna go ahead and remake the tier. Yay! Technical difficulties! Yippee! Yippee! Did I fuck it up? Oh, did I fuck it up? Hang on. Notifications. Fucking thingy. Fucking thing! Okay, it just... Okay. Da-da. I do that over there. Do this. Beep, boop, bop, bop. Buddy, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Ba-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Okay. And the fucking again. Peek. We're gonna do it all again! We'll do it live! There's peek. Basic. That's not basic. Yeah. Excellent execution. I was about to do like basic but decent. I think Lamball is actually basic idea excellent execution. It's a solid, cute little guy. So while I remake it from scratch, Cativa! I want to say this is another case of cute little guy, basic. Cativa. Do you have any, like, full bodies? Yeah, it's a cat. It's very obviously got a Pokemon-style design, which is a little frustrating, but that's not what this is about. This is about the overall, like, designs. Like, I've gone over my criticisms of the Pokemon-esque-ness of Palworld. You edits stand between this and peak. That's that. Okay. Gonna do... Dark green is Pokémon inspiration instead of rip-off. Light green, basic, but good. Do we have Cativa? Yes, we do. Basic but good. Cativa goes there. It's simple, it's effective, it's a pink cat. Big fucking whoop. Alright, let's see if we got Atarobolo. Bop, 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 bop. You. with a lot of potential. Good Pokefusion. Lazy Pokefusion. Original but bad. Dude, that's just a Pokemon. I don't actually know if we're gonna get any dude that's just a Pokemon tonight. Because I've been so granular in my setup, we might end up with more things that end up in lazy Pokefusion rather than, dude, that's just a Pokemon. And last and least, oh, fucking fuck lizard. God, I hate that thing. This is Deligro. No. What happened to my fuck lizard? Okay. This shit got weird. Dude. Alright, you go. Eat this idiot. Sorry for having to make all this shit again, but the page wouldn't load properly and let me put things in my tiers. You think Catavel looks ugly? That's an aesthetic concern. I think it looks normal. It's boring, and I'm not interested in it, but it looks fucking normal. Chickapee! 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 That's just a chicken. That is a stylized chicken. Like, it's the kind of thing where it's like, okay, they based this on a real-ass animal, and because of that, like, you can't say it's, like, unoriginal, but it's also not, it's not the kind of unoriginal that's, like, insulting. You're allowed to put a real-ass chicken in your game. It's like the Pokemon Pidove. That's just a regular feral rock dove. But I still love it because I love feral rock doves. I think they're cute. I think pigeons are nice. So, basic but good, it's just a fucking chicken. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead, even though Boltmane is not in the game, I'm going to use Boltmane as my benchmark for dude that's just a Pokemon. Because it is the thing that, like, made me feel that way about Palworld and sort of, like, made me go, what are we doing, guys? Alright. Chickapee is normal. Leafmunk. Leafmunk? It's a chipmunk. It's a leaf. I'll save the image so I can put it in my thing. Another thing, like, my main... my main issue with the overall art... My main issue with the, art direction is that another thing that makes it look just like Fakemon is that they all look like Fakemon dropped into, like, a generic, hyper-realistic Unreal Engine environment, which is sad because the art direction used to look better. Like, I would, like, this whole situation, like, this whole setting, I would like to share the aesthetic with the monsters. If you are going to design your monsters like they look like they're from a Pokemon game, you should design your guns like they look like they should be from a Pokemon game. Your guns should look like Sugimori official art. Because that is the direction you went with your monsters. But if you don't want to go that and you want to, like, make your guns slightly more realistic, then you should have put in the effort to make your art direction for the monster designer. The art direction for the monster designs to also be in that same level of realism. You see what if, like, you see what my issue here? It feels like they threw a whole bunch of shit together and didn't even really think about how it would all go together. Leaf Monk's a decent monster design, though. He's a cute little guy. It's a little bit Pachirisu in the face. You might collect personal data. Fuck you, I'm on YouTube. Alright, alright. See the gun. The idea of the big, Electabuzz bear thing. I don't know its name. I'll learn its name. Like, marching around like the heavy weapons guy is actually really funny. I think that's a really fun and iconic image for Palworld. I wanna say... Pokemon inspiration instead of ripoff. That looks like... It looks like a Fakemon, but that's a problem that every single Pal has. But it looks good. It's the kind of thing that feels like it feels like it respects its source material. It's not ripping Pokemon off super hard, it's just kind of following the style, and it results in this really cute little grass chipmunk. I like it. And that's why I'm gonna put it in the inspiration tier, because it's a good, solid design. And it's just good. Whack! Aw. He's just a little guy! And yeah, so the Pokemon inspiration instead of ripoff is just gonna be like, this looks like, they all look like Fakemon. But they, even the ones that do, still look pretty alright. I wanna say, like, a lot of these early dudes are very simple little guys, but that's okay. I want to say Pokemon inspiration instead of ripoff. I'm going to put that on the same tier as Leaf Monk. I'm going to skip over the no, I'm not going to skip over the variants. Because I have seen things where I've bitched about Palworld where I thought the base design... Like, sometimes there are situations where the base design of something is, like, a few steps away from being original, and then the subspecies takes those steps just by changing the palette. Because sometimes a palette swap is all they need. And so... But Flack is just... Flack is already fine, so this is just, like, a pink version of the same guy. You go... Inspiration instead of ripoff. Flack Ignis... It's pink. It's pink. It's cute. It's cute. It's just a little guy. Vixie, star of the steppe. Cute. Okay, I like this little guy. Very good, neutral. It's a very basic type of thing. Oh my god. So the eyes are more, like, generic anime, like, instead of, like, Pokemon in specific. And I know Pokemon strays in that direction due to also being a Japanese-made video game. I think I want to put Vixie up there with Lamball in basic but well executed. Because it's just a fox. Vixie has an Eevee body. I mean, yeah, but once you start looking at, like, anime little critter mascots, you get into territory. We're gonna talk about this deer thing. I'm excited to talk about this deer thing. Like, those big poofy tails are not something you can just copyright. It also has, like, a little more jaggedness at the end, a little more fluff. Like, Eevee itself is generic as fuck. As far as anime Cabots go, Eevee is generic as fuck. Vixie poops pal spheres for some reason. Okay! Neat. Alright. Celery. Do save image. Bam. This is another just a little guy type of thing. See, a lot of these simpler ones, once you get simple enough, we're gonna get to Depresso. Some of the names are a little silly, but of all the things that I've said about Palworld fucking around, it's so shaped. I love how it's shaped. It's so shaped. Look at him. He's so cute. I love Celery. I love this little guy. I really like the big, fat, round antennae. And the little nub feet. I think I'm gonna go ahead and give it basic idea, excellent execution, because it's in that very simple, like, yeah, what do we do to make a simple manta ray type of thing? And, like, they didn't rip off Mantike, so Celery looks, has really cute markings. I like the stripes. Oh lord, I can feel a peak decision coming on. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ugh, I think... Oof. Oof. Ooh. Ooh. I don't think I'm gonna order them within their tier. Used to be able to use some pals as gliders, including Celery, before Nintendo patent. See, I think that's a bullshit patent. I don't think that's the kind of mechanic that deserves to be patented. Like, that is the kind of mechanic that makes Palworld more interesting. And more original, and more of itself. And just because Nintendo also managed to get around to making an open-world exploration game in the Pokemon franchise doesn't mean that others shouldn't be allowed to do that. This guy is... Yeah, I'm starting to feel it's like that's... like, the shape of its eyes. The shape of its overall self. Like, Vixie was more original than this. Like, the eyes are different because once you go far back enough in Pokemon generations, the art style shifts, because Sugimori's art style was different, so it was a little more, it was more detailed. The eyes had a specific look where they were, like, solid black, and there'd be, like, a little blap of color at the very bottom, kind of like Kirby's eyes. But they would be in, like, more muted, natural colors, and there was a lot of, like, Toriyama-isms, because it was, like, the idea of taking a fantasy JRPG and turning all of those monsters into, like, collectible animals. So, as a result, Pokemon Generation 1 has a lot more in common with Dragon Quest than it does with the rest of its franchise. I already have Cremis. Okay, I don't need to... Cremis. It's so Eevee. It's very Eevee in the face. The exact combination of facial features is very Eevee. I'm gonna say Pokemon Rip with a lot of potential. It's very Eevee, but it's moving in the right direction. making it a fluffy little woolen guy is a good change. Making it all white with little black paws, or little, yeah, it's more like a mocha paws. I like the stripes on the inside of the ear. I like the orange face details. Close, but not quite. I think they probably should have changed, like, maybe the head fluff around. I think they could have benefited from tweaking the head shape a little bit, and, like, maybe picking a different mouth shape. It's such a simple design that it gets down to the point where, like, you have no choice but to make your changes extremely minor. I think another thing that's making this feel like more Eevee to me is that there's a very defined ruff around its neck. But because it's fluffy, I feel like it could... adjusting its silhouette so that the fluff of its neck, body, and tail was one big round, like, ball, is, like, the next step that would be needed to de-Eevify this design. And that's one of the things. One of the things I wanted to talk about is that I'm going to be doing the tier list in this video, but one of the things I'd like to do would be to take some of the pals that scored lower on my tier list and explore redesigning them. So I have, like, a little art stream where I redraw them, or, like, I redline over the design and talk about them. This little guy, he's like a wise old frog. It's a spherical frog with a little... He's got a little outfit, and he's got a little stick. I'm gonna say basic but good. He feels very generic, but generic means you're less of a Pokemon ripoff. The more generic you are, the less likely you are to be stealing something specific. Rogero Noct is just blue. Some of these I think I'm gonna leave off. I think I'm gonna... Well, I've already put it down. I'm gonna skip Rogero Noct because it just looks blue. For some of these, I think I'm going to go on a case-by-case basis. It being Palworld's version of a normal type isn't helping. I think it's okay to have a normal type and have that normal type be your, like, boring everyday animal type. And Cremis is a very boring everyday animal. It's just fluffy. You just gotta... Also, Eevee's main gimmick is evolving into a million different variants. And I don't think Cremis does that. Herbal! That's very cute. Passive maintenance. What, do you throw him at machines and he makes them work again? Okay, that's... Alright, I'm gonna have to fucking Google it. Herbal. Palworld. Show me images. Oh! Oh, I like his big slappers. Oh, he's got big slappers. That's cute. Herbal. Can I see him from the side a little more? I want to see that tail. That's cute. I want to say basic, but executed well. This is good. That's a good fucking character design. Do I have any... Yes, I did. We'll put you in blue tier, buddy. Congratulations. Basic idea, excellent execution. Type chart for Palworld is so weird and unbalanced. I looked at that! I saw that! It's so bizarre. Like, look at this shit. You got a ring of 5, and then fire is good against ice, which is good against dragon, which is good against dark, which is good against neutral. What the fuck is this? So, they did not think this through at all. This is so dumb. This is dumb, and it's bad, and this is a disgrace to Montamer. Look at, okay, I'm always in favor of having more than just the basic, like, earth, wind, and fire, and water and shit. And having just a ring is very common for certain more obscure Montamers. Like, Spectrobes did that. It had, well, the original Spectrobes had, like, light-based types, and there were 3 of them. And it was, like, an RGB theme. So it was Corona, Aurora, and Flash. But in Origins, they changed it to Elemental. So it was Sky, Earth, Plant, Fire, and Water. And Water also kind of covered Ice. And Sky also covered Electricity. And I think Grass also covered Plant also covered Poison. And that's interesting. But if you want to expand outside of a single... outside of, like, a single, like, type wheel, like rock, paper, scissors style, you need to start thinking about them not in a wheel, but as a spreadsheet. And start, like, balancing them and seeing how many weaknesses and resistances they each have. Because Ice having 1 weakness and 1 strength, like... And I understand, like, Neutral is doing that thing where it's weak to 1 specific thing and not strong against anything. But... see, I guess Palworld would also have resistances, but it looks like Palworld's resistances would only be the reverse of their strengths. And with Pokemon, strengths and weaknesses, and, strengths, weaknesses, and resistances are all unrelated. Well, strengths and weaknesses are just the inverse of each other, but resistances are an entire separate category. So, yeah, the Pokemon's normal type is weak to fighting and good against nothing, but it also is completely ineffective against Ghost. It's immune to Ghost, and it is resisted by stuff like Rock and Steel. So that adds an additional flavor to that typing. And when you take out that new extra nuance, it becomes a lot flatter, and that's how you get something like Palworld's type chart. Now, and it's also the kind of thing that's like, guys, come on, you should have done this in early access. It feels like they rushed right into 1.0 and, like, didn't really give a lot. Like, it's another example of Pocket Pair doesn't seem to like thinking about the nuances and deep bits of their game, because it seems like they are entirely focused about pointing and laughing at Pokemon and not doing their own thing. And in order to stand on your own and gain my respect as a Pokemon fan who also likes other Montamer games, you have to commit to standing on your own 2 feet and not leaning on another franchise and like making that the thing you're against. Because then you get to the point where it's like, being against this other franchise is your entire identity, and therefore you cannot exist without it. Honestly, what if Pokemon as a brand collapsed tomorrow? What would Palworld do? They'd probably keep coasting on the ha-ha Pokemon, because Pokemon is so fucking huge that its cultural cachet will persist into the future for the foreseeable future. But after, I don't know, another 20 years, if Palworld is still around, then what? What are you gonna do, buddy? The type chart doesn't matter much, that because guns are most of your damage. Spectrobes also solved this. Spectrobes solved this by having your weapons also have types. Your swords, your guns, your gloves, your axes also had types. It was that concept. Actually, I think that concept might have been... It was in the first game because there was a gimmick where you had to get an elemental suit of armor in order to pass through a specific area without taking damage. You had to get Corona armor in order to walk through an area with poisonous auroras, because the Corona element was good against the Aurora element. Because it was red versus green, it was like fire versus plant. But it's a little more complex than that, because Spectrobes is weird. Like, see, like, this is coming from, like, my opinions as a Spectrobes fan. Because Spectrobes was designed from the ground up to be a Pokemon killer. the execs at the very tippy top wanted this to outdo Pokemon. They wanted to do Pokemon better than Pokemon. And they made something so original and so unique, and they also failed to advertise it. But, like, that's why it still has a cult fan base to this day that I'm a member of. Speaking of which, the squad. If you're watching this, Bubba J or Gina, I'll get back to you. But we'll eventually. I've been in talks with some people in the Spectrobes community overall, some of like the community organizers, and while I haven't been doing it as much as I should, and haven't been like pushing forward with it as much as I should, I am helping with a scanlation project, and I have asked them if I can live stream maybe a couple hours of me working on that, and just for like y'all to come and hang while I like do some really like boring like artsy busy work, just kind of chill. But yes, if you are like a person and you're fighting alongside things, you should like, guns should have types. You could have a completely untyped gun, and that's cool, but you should be able to do things like, oh, your gun deals this kind of damage or can inflict this status effect if you like proc this many times. You know, like another game that's not quite a Montamer, but it did have a Montamer spin-off, Monster Hunter. Like, Anyway, next. We're an hour in. Tiefent. Adorable watering can. I believe you wholeheartedly. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy! He's just a little guy! He's just a little guy! I love him. I love him. That's going in basic but excellent. Oh, basic but excellent. You're my little... So cute! He's so cute! And also, like... Yeah, like... See, this is the power of taking an original idea. Like, taking a real animal and taking, like, something that animal could be and just mashing them together. You can do the same thing the Pokemon designers do before they do it. Or do something they haven't done. And that's how you get original stuff. Gumas. Gumas? Naemochi is its Japanese name. Not that that matters, but... Cool guy. Gumas. I want to say basic, but good. Oh, that's a very realistic flower on its head. I'm still gonna say basic but good, but it's definitely a victim of Palworld's inconsistent... maybe that's... Beautiful flowers in addition. Okay, that's just the result of it being Palworld's fuck-ass art direction. Basic but good. Or basic but good. Pupperai! Oh, like Samurai? Is that little stick on his back for his sword or something? I like his big angry eyebrows. It's very Zorua in shape. That's Zorua. That's a reskinned Zorua. Let me see. Zorua. Show me the fox. Yep. It's got the same top knot. And that is fun, taking Zorua's top knot and turning it into, like, a samurai top knot. He's got the same, roughly the same ruff. He's got the same ears. He's got the same general face shape. He's got the two tufts on the cheeks. And he's got the same, like, bushy tail. But he's very cute. He's very, very cute. And, like, the little grumpy eyebrows, the serious samurai boy, that's cute. I'm gonna say, Pokemon rip with a lot of potential. It's definitely another case of you got started in moving away from your Pokemon inspiration, you just didn't move far enough. That's a Zorua. He has the potential to not be a Zorua. You can do better than this. I believe in you. You have done better than this. We haven't even gotten to, like, the weird shit yet. Okay. Clovey. Dubiously lucky. save that image. Clovey. Seems very basic. Go back to my DuckDuckGo. Clovey. Show me the little guy. I like the tail. I like the little pom-pom tail. That's pretty damn cute, I gotta say. Also, Palworld being open to crossovers in a way Pokemon isn't is another point in its favor of being a unique, interesting thing. Even though the uniqueness of that is the fact that you are allowing things that aren't unique. And there's something to be said about... Clovey is a little bit Jumpluff-like, but that's just because they share the same, like, general concept of, like, a round little spore thing that's related to a plant and has, like, a long poof. I don't think it's a Jumpluff ripoff. I think its silhouette is unique enough. It does have the face. It does have the face, but the face is so simple that I'm willing to let it slide. I want to say basic but excellent. A lot of, like, the really tiny little guys are gonna go under basic but excellent. Jolthog! That's Shaman. I mean, not really, but it has Shaman's face. Like, pretty obviously. Like, you couldn't even be asked to change the eyes a little bit? For the face? Okay, so it does look a little better in motion, I think. That's some crusty video quality. They're just little guys! Okay, the tail is good. The tail helps move it away from Shaman. The tail de-Shamanifies it a little bit. And also the fact that it has, like, little round ears, it's an electric type. Like, that's a slightly more interesting. It's just very... I don't know... I think it's the fact that Shaman is all white on the bottom, and so is Jolthog. And I know Jolthog has little socks. I think you could have done something interesting by making maybe, like, putting some markings on the face. Either, like, giving it, like, a hood marking where its whole head is different from the color of its body. And, like, maybe making its body yellow. Or, like, giving it a little raccoon mask of any of its colors, of the yellow or the black. I think... I wanna... Ooh, I'm kinda torn on him. Because it's very cute, and I think it's decently well done. Because it's like... I want to say Pokemon inspiration instead of ripoff. But I would want to say that Jolthog is one of the ones that would make it into, like, a redesign session. Because I would, like, just draw Jolthog and then, like, give it a slightly different paint job. Jolthog Christ is... See, the fact that... I appreciate the ice spines, and there's... The shininess does help differentiate it from Shaman, again. It has the same problem as Jolthog, and the fact that its, like, back is all one thing instead of the multiple colors that base Jolthog has, results in it looking even more Shaman-like. So this is another kind of thing where I think it could maybe benefit from having, like, a little mask over its eyes in, like, a shade of gray or something. Or maybe, like, a belly marking. A belly marking could also help. Depresso! Dark Element. Dark Element Pal. Grumpy little guy. Images on the wiki aren't very good. So. He's still very much just a little guy. This is extremely just a little guy coded. That neck marking feels like it's from a Pokemon, but I can't remember which one, so I don't want to, like, bleh. I've been skipping over the Palpedia entries. I've been able to, like, kind of guess what they are. It's like, oh, that's an electric hedgehog. Oh, that's a grass chipmunk. oh, this is that. Oh, that's a fox. Oh, this is whatever. This is the first dark type, and the dark is a little weird. You have caffeine inoculate. Does this have a Palpedia entry? Habitat. Reading. Does this wiki not have the Palpedia entries? Oh! It's at the very tippy top. It has few friends because of its perpetually grouchy look on its face, but in fact kind-hearted. Some have seen it feeding Vixie who have strayed from their pack. Oh yeah, that was in the Vixie trivia page. Yeah, that is sweet. He's just a little guy! I want to say... basic idea, excellent execution. That is excellently well executed in a way that doesn't quite land with my character design preferences. Like, I can tell this is a solid little guy design. He's just not my favorite type of little guy. Pengullet! It's a penguin. You can't go wrong with a cartoon penguin. Oh, he still wants to fly! And it's featherless. Behold, a man! Featherless biped. I do like the little hats you can give them. That is pretty cute. Yeah, you can just fire your guys out of guns. That is fun. Oh, they look so sad. They should unionize. See, how... I don't know if this is probably more like a sequel bait or like maybe deep future update or DLC potential. I think they could get a lot more out of the potential for pals to react to how you treat them. Because Pokemon has that built into the friendship mechanic. It's like, you have return and frustration, and, in the modern games, you have friendship affecting, like, the affection stats, where they'll, like, sometimes you'll get a free endure out of it, or they'll, like, power through a status effect that normally doesn't heal by itself. Pals do react, they get frustrated, will stop working or doing anything if you abuse them. But will they gang up on... will they start attacking you again? Will they run away? What I'm saying is I think the pals should unionize. I think you should have the potential to... for not all of them to stop... sometimes to stop working, but, like, once that value gets low enough, they should be allowed to ambush you in your own base, and attack you, and refuse orders. Like, that has potential. Penking. Show me Penking. The wiki doesn't have very good... Okay! He's a penguin captain. That's cute. I like the crystals on his belly. That's nice. That's a nice... it's a good shape. It's a nice detail to break things up. I'm gonna say... not Pokemon Inspiration. I want to just say basic idea, excellent execution. Because the basic idea is just Penguin Pirate Captain, or Penguin Sea Captain. But they do it well. Socrates! Woo! Might change which music we're doing. I'll tap around because... what is the Palworld? That... figure it out. Loud. decent enough, I think. He's a little DDD coded. Can I download Hoopertees yet? Well, there's some good melodies in this title theme. At least I think it's a title theme. And fully check, they have song names instead of descriptions. Hoopertees is fine. He's got a little hat. I looked at those feet and I was like, those are Hoot Hoot feet. That looks, but it's not. Hoot Hoot has 3 toes in the front and stands on 1 foot. These guys has 2 toes in the front and stands on both feet all the time. It's just Hoopertees. I want to say basic but good. It's just a decent, solid, simple addition to the squad. Alright. Now we're getting into slightly bigger guys. Melpaka. Ugh. Melpaka has Varisian's legs. Like, really obviously has Varisian's legs. And that frustrates me because I kind of like that sort of inverted cone, like, at the joint, that sort of boot look. But it doesn't work. Like, look, Melpaka is a neutral type. The reason Varisian had those little tufts at its ankles and at its elbows was because it was a grass type. And I think also when I first saw it, opened it up, my brain was like, ooh, that's a little flappy. It's a little bit flappy. However, God, that music is really fucking loud, sorry. But, there we go. Y'all can hear me, right? Yeah! Maybe I should figure out attenuation someday. So, Melpaka's very cute, but it's very, like, you can tell it's a Pokemon-ish. But it's not, like, it's good, but it's not a Pokemon rip. I want to say, see, so what's interesting is that when it comes to stuff that, like, looks like a Pokemon, and, like, looks like a Pokemon in a way that I think it shouldn't, the two spots that are, like, aesthetically a tier up from each other are not these, but it's good Pokefusion, and a few edits stand out between this and Peak. I'm not sure if I think Melpaka is Peak, but a theoretical redesign could make it Peak. But I think it would need a bigger redesign for it to hit Peak for me. Right now, it's, like, just good Pokefusion territory. It's got too much Varisian in it. Kingpaka. Now, okay, so does it evolve? Do pals evolve? Ooh, hang on. Okay, so Melpaka is 50-50, but Kingpaka is mostly male. There are no evolutions. Okay, so that is a thing that makes it unique. There's no evolutions in this game. Unfortunately, evolving critters is one of my favorite parts of Montamers, but they're still cute. Kingpaka. There are just cousins and breeding options. Oh, he's spherical! Spherical! good. That's a really solid design. Okay, King Paka Christ. I'm gonna just assume the King Pakas go together. I feel like they go together in my heart. So I'm gonna do King Paka. See, it's not a super basic idea. Well, I mean, I guess it is a basic idea. The idea is King Alpaca. I guess when you're being original, like, do I want to put this in peak, even though it's not, like, my favorite? Because this is a really solid design. Ooh, I think I might have fucked up my... I'm gonna leave him in peak for now. Because that's just a good character design. And he's not, like, overly simple, where it's like, yeah, they just took a simple idea, but then they did it really good. I think I'm gonna go ahead and leave it in peak, and that's going to be, like, good, solid, original character design. Daydream! Daydream is cute. Are you a sheep, like, counting sheep? Like a slightly evil, dream sheep? I kind of like the interesting. I like how the Palworld soundtrack has... It's got a good... It's like a nice, like, orchestral overtone, and then there are, like, little bits of electronic bits here and there. I think that's it. I kind of want to put Daydream in peak. It's either... For Daydream, I'm torn, but I feel like it's so simple. But I do like the glitter. I'm gonna put you back in basic excellent. Tansy! Hello, Tansy. People shat on this guy for being grooky. That's not grooky. Maybe it's a little grooky. But, like, the thing they have in common is a grass monkey. And... Or is it Tansy? Not Tankey. Tansy. Like, the shape, the face of the shape is different from Grookey. Grookey is a lot rounder, and this guy has a more defined, like cheeks and jaws and muzzle. And the leaf on his head is different. Actually, I haven't thought of Grookey in a while. Let me look at Grookey. Grookey. No, yeah, that's totally different. That's completely different. I think people just got up in arms about this little fucker because he was a grass monkey in a competitor to Pokemon right around when Sword and Shield were coming out. This grass monkey. It's fine. He's literally just there. This is the normal amount of like, I kind of want to say this is Pokemon inspiration instead of, like, the art style's pretty, it's less Pokemon-y than some of the other guys. I'm gonna say excellent execution. Because, instead of Pokemon inspiration, because it's... The art direction for this guy is less Pokemon-y and more original than some of the other guys. And... It's, like, it's just the kind of thing where it's like, okay, find a fire dog from, I don't know, every single... Or, like, find a fire lion from every single Montamer you can think of. It's like, okay, you can compare Pyroar and Solgaleo to... What was Phyramon to Leazar? They're all completely different. Like, but they're all fire lions. And, like, I feel like Tansy is in the same situation with Grookey. That's Tansy Ignis, that's just orange. Nox! Another weird little anime cabbit. Oh, that's very... It's very purple Eevee. Oh, he's got a little jacket! Okay, that's better. I do like his little cape. Those ears are extremely Eevee, though. Does Eevee have colored tips? Eevee. Not really. Its ears don't have some of the color tips. I will say, I think those colored tips oh, it's making me think of Leafeon. That's what it's making me think of, and that's why I'm going, how Eevee is this? But it's pretty decent. I have mixed, it's like right on the cusp in my brain. So, I want to say Pokemon Rip with a lot of potential. No. Because he's a cute little guy. I think this is solid enough of a character design. I think this is going to be our first few edits between this and Peak. I think you could, if you de-Evified that by just a little more, you would have Peak on your hands. Flambeau! Oh. Molten Daughter. I don't like that phrasing from this company. Cute. Just a little fire girl. And we will explain why I don't like that phrasing from this company once we get to the fuck lizard part. Because it very much... Basic but good. Do I want to do basic but good or basic but excellent? With the eyes there, she almost looks like a Kirby character. I'll leave it basic but good for now. Ruby! We're gonna... Fuck, we're only 26 in. How many pals are there again? There's a lot, aren't there? The numbers. 200 out of the gate. Not bad, I say. Let's keep going, then. Ruby! Oh, it's like a... It's a little more of a... I thought it was gonna be a kangaroo. That's like an ungulate of some kind. Got a little bow tie? Is the bow tie part of the design? Hang on. Or did someone put that? Because you can put accessories on your pals. So did he just... Okay. I think... See this fucking thing. I'm excited to get shit like this because these kinds of designs are exactly up my alley. God, the bow tie is built in. I'm not a fan. But it's not terrible. It's not original but bad. It's original enough. Ooh. I'm gonna say basic but good. I don't think it, like, it's a very normal kind of design. The bow tie is throwing me. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Once again, I will say, this is also very opinion-based. This is also going to be based on my takes. Ruby is cute. There are some elements, like, the silhouette of the flame on its head and the bow tie is throwing me. It is almost... It could be almost Peak, but I don't like... I feel like I'd have to know what those edits are. And when that tier exists, so, like, for stuff where I know the edits are there, and it's like, wow, I love this. Okay. Meow! Meow! I want to say basic but excellent. It's an Egyptian cat. You can't go wrong with an Egyptian-themed cat. We're gonna put you basic idea, excellent execution. It's a black cat. It's got stripes on it. He's got a fun little collar. Malchrist. Same concept, but blue! Brushore. I don't think Pokemon has a lot of boars, so it's not like... It's not like there's a Pokemon 2 rip-off for this design. It's just a boar. Yep, basic. Basic but good. It is just an animal. Yeah, but the basic but good is like... This is my, like, boring tier. I'm actually gonna move Ruby up. Because up to a few edits between this and Peak. Because it's getting into very good character design territory. Foxbarks. That is a Firefox. That's Firefox, it's fine. It's literally just what it is. Everyone's done a Firefox. It's a very classic. Ooh, I like the way its tail looks, though. It's got a... I don't... Hang on. It doesn't have Nicket's face. No, it doesn't. Maybe... the black ear tips were throwing me, but I think that might just be like a natural Fox feature. I'm gonna say basic excellent. I'm gonna put Ruby in basic excellent. No, I'm gonna put you back in few edits, because I don't like the bow tie. That's my main hang-up. I think I... Foxbarks Christ. What do you... That's an interesting music. Tell me... Is that, like, blue fire? I think it's just weird. Killamari! Dark type, Opus? Or squid? No, that's squid. Oh, yeah, because those tentacles. Oh my god, those teeth! That's horrifying. I like it. I think... because Palworld has this whole, like, you're allowed to abuse the animal, and this is a brutal wilderness kind of underlying theme, I think it should be fine if pals are a little more horrifying. Killamari. Show me that guy. Yeah, that's good. He's just a little guy. Cool. I want to say basic idea, excellent execution. It's a very solid, simple character design. Kind of like, almost like a blanket ghost a little bit. Primo is the same thing but pink. Fuddler! What's he fuddling? Fuddler. Oh, he can't swim! Aww. Okay, Fuddler is cute. Fuddler has won my heart. And honestly, I think the difference between basic idea, excellent execution, and peak is going to be, like, the level of complexity in the design. Now we're talking. Eikthyrdr. I love me some Cervids. This is a beautiful creature. I love those antlers. It's a really beautiful silhouette. I like this, almost the scaly pattern of the fur on the neck. It's a really solid, like, deer-based creature design. That's some good shit. And I'm gonna let my servid enjoyer and antler bias roll in. We've got more peak on our hands. Ichthyodeer Terra. Actually, can I look at your antlers in greater detail? Are you, like, shiny? Like, is it like, are your antlers metallic? There's like a pattern to it. Like a pattern that's different from its, base thing. Okay, Dire Howl. Normal-ass wolf. Ooh, he's big. It's a little bit Lycanroc, with the fact that Lycanroc is so doggy is making me more forgiving of that. Like, I think there are a few... I want to say few tweaks away from peak. Like, that's an excellent wolf design, but I think there are some extremely minor silhouette changes that could make it even less like Lycanroc. Because, like, right now it's got a really strong resemblance, and a lot of that is because they're both wolves. And there's, like, some qualities of the spikiness of the mane and, like, the sweep of the tail that make it look very Lycanroc. And also, like, the shape of its sock markings, which are zigzaggy, which I think is also true of Lycanroc. But it's very close to just being a solid-ass wolf. Pretty. I get you. Oh, you have a whole bush on your back. That's cute. That's a really solidly designed goat. That is also a plant. Pretty. I want to see it in more detail and from more angles. Okay, so that leaf is your tail. Okay, I'm glad we're getting into the medium pals. Because now I can start glazing Palworld, because they do have good character designs in here. I mean, I've been glazing with the basic idea, but, like, we're hitting shit that I'm like, okay, yeah, that's good and I like it, that's good and I like it. Capricorn knocked? Yes, nice. Sweet! Oh, that's a tribble. That is a sheet ghost made of fur. Extremely just little guy energy. We're gonna do basic but good. Like, there's just not much there to talk about. Sweepaw! Oh, he's bigger and he has a mustache! Okay, I'm gonna keep putting these in basic but good, because there's nothing particularly unique about the execution. But this is the kind of, like, simple, basic thing that still has a ton of personality and adds a lot to the flavor of the world. Quality shit. Turticle! Turticle? Turtle and tentacle? That's an interesting combination of concepts. I feel like at one point they really wanted evolution and then just didn't, really, especially with Swee and Sweet. But yeah! They're designed like Fakemon. This looks like a repurposed Fake Dex. And when you repurpose a Fake Dex, you need to put the legwork in to make it stop looking like Pokemon. I need to see you. Okay. That's such a weird concept. I feel like I can see this being inspired by the Tentacruel line, but it's so different and takes the concept of, like, a helm shape with little tentacles coming out in such a different direction. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I really like the silhouette. It's like jellyfish shaped, but it's not a jellyfish. He's a little guy with a turtle helmet on his head. I'm gonna put that in peak. That's really unique. That's extremely original. I like that a lot. Hangyu! It's a big icon you got there. Hangyu during a tea tent. It's very cute. Images on the wiki aren't very good. Some of these Palworld tracks are a jam. I'm glad they've got a good soundtrack to go with everything. And I think one of these days I need to get myself a copy of Palworld and actually play it so that my critiques can become even more nuanced because I have, like, the game experience of the gameplay on the inside. Because from what I understand, it's basic but good. From what I understand, Palworld may be suffering in the character design originality department, but, like, the fact that they're using a different genre of video game to put the Montamer genre, put the Montamer theme into, one, it's very good, and not a whole lot of people have done it before at this scale and gotten this much renown for it, and I'm glad that happened. And also, that gameplay loop is just, like, pure crack. It's the kind of shit that, like, digs into your brain, and it's the kind of shit that's, like, grindy in a specific way that I also like coming from Pokemon. Strong arms can rip apart even iron. As a particularly cruel form of execution, serious criminals would be strung up in a public square and a Hangyu would rip the skin from their bones. I appreciate Palworld at least going all in on being edgier than Pokemon. Like, it's clear that they're aiming for a slightly older demographic. I kind of wish their art style also said so, but you win some, you lose some. Pokemon adults can be brought in by funny little cute little guys. Woolly Pop, hello girly Pop. Oh, you are so cute. Oh, my heart. That's a dog shit image, though. Woolly Pop. Woolly Pop. Did I spell your name right? Woolly Pop? It's with an I and not a Y. Interesting use of, like, trap percussion in the Palworld soundtrack. Like, I think that's an interesting through line of the electronics elements being added to the orchestral bass. I think it's a neat combination, because you've heard a lot of orchestral rock before throughout fantasy settings like this. Orchestral hip-hop, not as often. I appreciate that. And I like the kind of flowing back and forth. Oh, fuck, that's precious. You can definitely tell that this was released during the Sword and Shield hype cycle, because the silhouette of its pigtails are extremely alchemy. I think one of the things is that they ripped off a bunch of real... They went a lot, like, taking ideas and bits and bobs from Generation 8. And yeah, Generation 1 and certain, like, extremely popular bits from throughout Pokemon. But there's a lot of Generation 8 here, and I think that's entirely because of the year it was first dropped. But Woolly Pop is not the same as Alchemy to me. That animal is sufficiently different. It's a little sheep. It's got cute little button eyes. I love it. That's definitely going in my favorites. And I also like Alchemy a lot. I'm a sucker for, like... I like cool and elegant and edgy things, but I do like the occasional frilly ice cream frosting type thing. Oh! Woolly Pup Terra is chocolate flavored! Yay! But its meat is disgustingly bitter. Interesting. Carnivorous pals lured by its scent into taking a bite will find themselves overwhelmed by a foul taste and pass out. Carnivorous animals don't taste sweetness. That's the thing. They don't like sweetness because they're carnivorous. Sweetness is an herbivore thing. The music has stopped. Palworld. Have I played through the entire... Yep. I have played through all of Palworld. Go back to Nintendo Music to play the relaxing Pokemon Legends Arceus. Mozzarina? Oh, it's the cow. It's named after mozzarella. Mozzarina's old model. Interesting choice to make it, to, like, remove the muzzle and just make it, like, a round little thing. I'm gonna say basic but good. It's a cow. It's stylized. It's fine. Azure robe. Ooh, hello. You some kind of reptile? Because I love reptiles! Azure robe. Ooh! Oh, you're like a siren! Okay. Not very good angles. Azure robe. Need some full bodies. Okay. I can kind of see where the Pokemon is in this. This is... Is that Primarina's hair or Darkrai's hair? That's like... It's very Dragonair and Milotic. It's got the Milotic head fins. It's got the Dragonair tail bead. The ribbons, the rest of the ribbons are very good. But it does sing directly to, like, Dragonair and Milotic are favorites for a reason. And I kind of want to say this is a few edits away from peak. This is... I am biased. It's an Azure Robe redesign. I think this removes some of the intrigue. I think the hair shape is weird and kind of ugly, and... Maybe I don't want to put it from peak, because, like, maybe that's too biased, because there's, like, some... I think it needs a little more edits than just a couple edits. So I want to say... Good Pokefusion. That's a good Pokefusion. It's in the same category as this. Like, these have an equal amount of, places, like, work that needs to be done to move them up tiers, but these take inspo from multiple Pokemon, and these generally look like one specific one. Okay. Lady of the Lake. Azure Robe Christ. Now, I'm gonna save an image of Azure Robe Christ's icon, because what if... It's on description. Azure Robe Christ. I want to see if this changes my mind. Is this an edit that makes me go, ooh, you're almost there? Not quite. It's about honest. I don't like the hair texture in the mane. I gotta admit. It's that's very much still another situation of victim of the poor art design, art direction, excuse me. Oh, it does have like the superior nose shape. Yeah, like there's a bit of like superior in the base. But because it's like a water dragon serpent, it's very much more Milotic, and like the thing that makes me like, you can take the base shape, the base snaky shape of Superior, and maybe, like, turn down the nose a little bit so it's not all the way up, because that snooty shape is very uniquely Snivy line. But you can take that kind of serpent shape and make something entirely unique with it, because it's a tube. I think the issues with it looking unoriginal have more to do with the fact that it resembles Milotic and Dragonair than it does for resembling Superior. You are a little guy. You are a little tiger dude. Spark it. You're a little tiger dude. You have lightning whiskers. Yeah, it's basic. Basic but good. Basic but good. Helpsy! That's got the... It's got Dragonair eyes. You scroll down and see if it has... Rock Helpsy. That is one hell of a neat image. Helpsy. that's so simple that it would go in basic but good. Like, that's fine. That's an acceptable use of your artistic abilities. It's inoffensive. I like it because it hits the design thing. It's the kind of basic but good that I like, but it hits like the design elements that I like quite a bit. But otherwise, it's just so basic. Rib Bunny! God, y'all wish y'all had a fairy type so fucking bad. It's cute, though! Ooh, it's got Sylveon's ribbons. Uh-oh. Still pretty cute. The tail's also pretty cute. I'm gonna say... because it's not a Pokemon rip. It's very much its own thing. It's got one detail. You know what? Few edits between this and Peak. Because there's, like, basic idea, excellent evolution is, like... execution is, like, stuff that I can acknowledge is very simple and straightforward and doesn't really catch my eye, but is still good enough to serve as a... as a character design, just, like, to fill out the roster. A few edits stand between this and Peak. Those few edits would put Ribbunny in basic excellent rather than in Peak, but that's just me. That's like my specific bias. Ribbunny Botan. Botanical. They're very cute. And also... yeah. Jelliet! There's no other pictures. No. That is a little creature. Little jellyfish girl. Yeah. It's the kind of thing where a bitchy, an especially bitchy Pokemon fan would point at that and scream Nihilego and be completely wrong about it. Like, that's the kind of thing people would make a reach to insult. I'm gonna put it in yeah, basic, but because the idea is simple. Gelroy. That's your pseudo evolution that never went anywhere. Gelroy, please. Oh, I think they're like gendered variants, so like this is the more boyish one. Ooh, revamped it. Palworld Nexus. Palworld being on Steam and therefore being a PC game that is subject to mods, is also another point in its favor. Like, there are different niches that Pokemon and Palworld fill, and Palworld can fill this more free, like... I got on its case a lot for not giving a shit about its lore and the nuances of its gameplay and stuff, but the less giving of a shit does kind of give it the freedom for, like, people to customize their experience a little more with, like, mods and stuff. So I think it'd be fun if I could, like, if I ever got around to buying and playing Palworld, and I also ever got around into the stream where I, like, redesign all the pals I have issues with, I think it could be fun if I could, like, release a mod that implements all of those changes that I take issue with. And just say that, and, like, yeah. They're two little friends. Companionship is everything. They're just hanging out. Precious entrails. That's a scary item. That's really cute. They're very simple, but they're very cute. They're like simple in the simplicity of their shapes. Their inspiration is a little less I think this is another peak situation. I think I'm putting what is it? Am-I-1? Amion? Amion's going in peak. Peak. Gloopy! Hello, Gloopy! Suction cups leave marks that look suspiciously like hickeys. They are hickeys. The suction like that look like hickeys. Handling a real-life octopus will give you real-life hickeys. That's just how that works. That's how the physics and the biology works. Hang on, where are you? Gloopy. Ooh. Oh, you're a little octopus with a dress. That's very cute. The silhouette is a little Mega Gardevoir, but, like, just barely in the sense that they both have, like, big hoop skirt type bodies. Like, that's not... Gloopy's good. Okay, maybe this is another fuck lizard situation where it's like, oh, they look suspiciously like hickeys, but, like, they put that description specifically on a pal that looks like a cute little girl to be, like, nudge, nudge, wink, wink about their otaku pervert audience. Let's see... It's a basic idea, but excellent execution, but there's, like, some things about, some of Pocket Pear's behavior makes me go, huh? And it feels like it fits into a certain other, like, category of stuff. It's like, come on, guys. Come on, guys. This is a bird. It's a good bird. I like that bird. That is a well-designed bird. Yeah, it's got big long feathers that come out of its brow, and I'm not sure if that's, like if there's a Pokemon that has that. There's Pidgeotto, but that has one long feather crest going back, and it's not like Pokemon has a monopoly on birds with feather crests, like long flowing ones that go behind the head. And this is original enough. That's a good bird. It's a good, solid bird. I don't know if this... Basic idea, excellent execution. Yep. Is it peak? I think it might be on the verge of peak, but I also have a bird bias. Whispaw! Aww. Ooh. That little ghost hand. Let me... It's a ghost cat. What's going on there? Oh, it's got, like, sleeve hands. That's cute. And also, honestly, if you look at its eyes, not a lot of Pokemon have eyes that look like that. A lot of the Pokemon-esque, like, a lot of the complaints about, so the point of the fuck lizard tier is that Lavander is going to go into it by itself. Gloopy, I'm gonna leave Gloopy in, because I just, looking at it, that, like, whole shit about the fucking misunderstanding, though. Maybe you do go in the fuck lizard tier. This little guy's peak, though. Whispaw, peak. Really good design. Really solid. Honestly decides to, like, yeah, those eyes aren't, like, it's not like, oh, it's so super duper original, but when a lot of people, like, look at a POW and see a Pokemon in it, and they're like, this is a Pokemon, I feel it in my bones, it's usually because of the way the eyes are designed, and these eyes don't get used often in Pokemon designs, in the same way that some of the others do. Nightwing! Alright. Cool bird. I always love a cool bird. Some of the color placements are giving Staraptor, but I don't think it's giving enough Staraptor for me to call it a ripoff of anything. I think I like a bird with a lot of feathers going everywhere. I like it when there are, like, little bits and boops in the feathers. It is a very basic idea. Oh, does it have, like, a back-hooked beak? Or am I, like, looking at it wrong? Oh, I did not mean to go. Well, maybe a little bit. How basic is the idea? Because I mean, it's just a bird. Oh! Oh, I can see where Pokemon fans would freak the fuck out. The crest, the way it, like... The shape from the side is a little bit silvery. Not enough to make me go, this sucks and needs to be changed. Because that's just a good shape. And also Silvely's feathers are, like, way up on a crest that, like, hooks forward. And these feathers are just coming directly out of the back of its head. Maybe it's the idea of, like, they took Silvely's hooked crest and was like, what if that crest was just the face of the animal? And that's a valid form of taking inspiration, in my opinion. I'm gonna let my bias take over. We're putting Nightwing in peak. It's a good bird. Alright, Tombat. Save those. I'll save the image. It's a pretty solid design. I kinda like the big fucking slappers. Hang on. Tombat. Show me Tombat. I think they took some of, like, the concepts around Gliscor and took it in a completely different direction. I think we have additional peak on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. I'll toss you in peak. You're not my favorite, but you've got a really strong silhouette and a really strong creative idea, and I cannot help but respect it. Tombat's got swag. Toko. I have seen a full body of Toko, and you can tell, like, it's really cute that they have a dumb, stupid little bird, but, like, if you look at its markings are just a little too Xatu for me. And Toko does not have a color variant yet. I want to say Toko is in Pokemon Rip with a lot of potential. Because they're, like, they did a good job by changing the proportions. I think the markings should have still been a little different, and I think there shouldn't have been as much... The markings should have been a little different, and I don't think there should have been as much black on the body. I'd have to... There's a specific vibe to it, and it's very, like, Xatu but stupid. Univolt! I like this guy. Electric Unicorn is a fast way to my heart. Show me Univolt. Computer, show me Univolt! That's a good Haunts. That is a quality Haunts. Horse! Yeah, I like Univolt a lot. We're gonna put you in peak. Univolt goes in peak. I like Univolt a lot. It's very good shapes. Univolt Christ. No text in this page. Okay, so Univolt Christ exists in the game, but does not have a page on the wiki yet. It's 54. Gobfin. Gobfin. I mean, it sure is an aquatic goblin. Yeah, that's just a little guy. He's a little bit generic, but, like, pleasantly so. This is like Gen 1 Pokemon levels of pleasantly generic. But it's not ripping any specific Gen 1 Pokemon, so I can't call it a ripoff. I'm gonna call that basic but good. Ignis. Same thing. Loop Moon. Uh-oh. Another very obvious Pokemon-esque thing. Oh god, yup, that's a Pokemon, alright. A very good that's good Pokefusion. That is an Umbreon, Absol, Darkrai Zoroark. They just mashed a bunch of dark types together. And they almost got it. They almost got it. The main thing that is their downfall is just the Pokemon art style, and also, like, the shape of the head. It's got a little bit of the Absol helmet shape to it, which definitely Pokemonifies it, and I think those are Absol's eyes. They needed to ditch the blue eyes, because that... Also, the white pupils. Blue eyes, white pupils is Darkrai. So they needed to ditch the blue eyes, because that's immediately... Like, it's Absol's eye shape and Darkrai's eye color, and it's very iconically, like, that's a Dark-type Pokemon. The silhouette of the forearms is exactly Zoroark, with, like, the really thin upper arm, and the big chunky forearm with the 3 red claws, and the, spiked fluff coming out of the elbows. That's exactly Zoroark, and they should have changed that before, pushing this to final. The ears are fine. The horns are fine, actually. The only reason, it's very Absol, and but, like, they shifted it just enough that I think with some of the other shifts, like, fiddling with the face and the arms, that would, like, de-Zoroark it, and de-Absolify it enough to make those horns a-okay for me. I'm gonna put that under good Pokefusion, because it's exactly the kind of, like, cool-ass Pokefusion that I would want to make, and think it's cool. Loop Moon Christ. I want to see if the palette swap changes my mind. Nope, that's even more Absol. They changed it back into Absol. God damn it, guys. Yeah. That's like... This is gonna be another one where it's like, I'm gonna put both of them together. I'm gonna put you in lazy Pokefusion, because, like, the palette swap makes it worse! I was thinking the palette swaps would make it better! The palette swap made it worse! Alright, Cognito. Plague Dr. Crow is a fast way to my heart. However, I have heard this guy is very haunch crow. Aw, he's cute. Hang on. Yeah, I think it's the red underwing. So there's enough... This would be peak if not for the haunch crow isms, which is... This is another few edits, but few edits away from peak, in my opinion. Alright, Arsox. You are an ox that is on fire. That's pretty solid. I like the horns. The horns are kinda cool as fuck. Alright. I want to see you in better lighting. Or, like, with a different texture on your fire so I can look at you in greater detail. There's the face is a little bit Pokemon-y. The face is a little teensy tiny bit Pokemon-y. Hang on. Let me just... The entire Palworld art style is about as interesting as you get. Yeah, and it hurts it. Okay, so Go-Go doesn't have the ankle braces that was, like, bugging me about Arsox. Arsox is largely original. I'm not this is like borderline peak for me. But I kind of want to put it in a few edits away from peak. But not because it's unoriginal, just because it's like kinda eh. Okay, Muffly. I'm gonna see if I can start trying to pick up the pace a little bit. Your chords. Oh, it's a bird! Aww! Ooh. That's really cute. Okay. This is very basic idea, excellent execution in my heart. Mafly, probably. Basic idea, excellent execution. Alright, Mafly. Bristla! Friends with Cinnamothins. Only smiles when a Cinnamoth is drinking its nectar. It is... like a... gotta say basic idea, basic but good. It's a plant girl. Common fantasy trope. Decently executed. Nothing special, really. It's just kind of there. Cinema! Very cute. Free Palworld. I like how the whole idea of you can be nice or mean to your pals is built into the lore, and there's, like, paragovernmental organizations that are, like, people for the ethical treatment of pals. Not to... not to glaze Peter or anything, because Peter sucks and their actions reflect the exact opposite of what the name of their organization does. I'm gonna say basic but good. It's a cute little cartoon butterfly guy. Puffult. Oh, okay, that's really cute. Someone named a Biscotti! Aww. Oh, that is cute. That's very cute. I like the grumpy, like, Bichon Frise electric type. I like that a lot. That's... I don't think anyone's ever done that. I'm gonna say basic idea, excellent execution. That's just an example of something that they, like ideas-wise, that they got to first and then nailed. And it's nice to know that Palworld has some of those. Okay, Alphadran. Alphadran, just regular dragon. Very cute. Show me Alphadran. This guy. Yeah, he's a little... That's a solid dragon. That is a decent, quality, simple, cute dragon. I can't pin it down to any specific Pokemon inspiration. Like, maybe they were like, oh, Flygon has bug wings, let's give this guy kind of dragonfly-y wings, but also let's take it in a totally different direction. Ooh, chat. Ooh, chat. I think we have Peak on our hands. 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 Alphadren Aqua, just as good. Van Worm. Show me the worm. Oh. I love the shape of those wings. I like me a bird that's very shaped. I like the reptilian head. I'm gonna let my bias take over. This is Peak. It's simple, but it's Peak. It's a very... He's so shaped! He's so shaped! Also, I love dark types. I like them in Pokemon. You have, like, a weird, like... Ooh! Ooh! I like the transparent ice effect on the spikes and feathers. Ooh. Ooh. Actually... I think they fucked it up. I think I'm gonna have to save the separate guy and then put him few edits away from Peak. Because the color scheme, the design is overall more positive than I expected. I did not expect to be this much good shit. I feel like I feel like everyone has overestimated how many Pokemon ripoffs there are in this. There are a lot of them, but it's like... I feel like the angriest Pokemon fans have tunnel-visioned in onto the worst-looking pals, like the most egregious Pokemon ripoff pals, and gotten really fucking mad about it, and, like... I am not going to defend the Pokemon fandom's actions, because I also think that they did some really stupid... They were also, like, really nasty and toxic during the Sword and Shield hype cycle. And that was also when Palworld was coming out, because Palworld got a lot of its hype, because they were like, oh, Pokemon is dead as of Swish, I hate it, the series is over, let's all jump ship to a new guy, and Palworld was coming out. And everyone did that, and I think they did it because, like, it was slightly later. I think they originally also did this with Temtem, but then they like, dropped Temtem because it, like, didn't come out fast enough, or it was, like, too woke for them, or whatever. I don't actually know why the Sword and Shield haters dropped Temtem, but I was at odds with the Sword and Shield haters at the time, because the only major problem I had with Swish was Dexit. Everything else looked fine. People were bitching about tree textures, and it was completely incomprehensible to me. I don't know why they were bitching about tree textures. That's, like, the kind of thing I didn't worry about, and I ended up spending 300 hours in Sword and Shield anyway, which is, in my opinion, that's a measure of a good-ass Pokemon game. So gameplay-wise, Swish stuck the landing. I also really like Swish's art direction. I think it's some of the... I think Swish was a flawless translation of the Pokemon art style to Nintendo Switch, and I think art style-wise, Scarlet and Violet was actually a step down. I think the more textured, more heavily lit, complexly lit look in Scarlet and Violet, while it was good for the environments they wanted to show off, which was probably what influenced the decision, I think it overall made a lot of Pokemon look worse. Okay, show me Velbat. I can't see Velbat on the wiki. Velbat. Motherfucker has Darkrai hair. That's Darkrai! That's a Darkrai fan character. That's somebody's Darkrai OC. Why the inside of its wings are stained red. Interesting. I mean, I respect the spooky grind. I'm biased towards a spooky guy. Hands, or is it just the wings? I saw it, like, spread its wings in a screenshot on the wiki. is this guy? Who is this guy? Who are those people? However, the changes that Felbat does make are really fucking good, so this is gonna be another example of a Pokemon pseudo, not quite ripoff, that is like a few edits away from peak. You just need to de-darkrify it, and that's going to require changing the head. You're gonna need to change the hair, and you gotta be careful. You gotta stop using the black, red, and white and stop giving them blue eyes because it makes them look like fucking Darkrai. You could have given him golden eyes, like the golden, bits he has. Yeah, this is the... God. Felbat's the kind of thing that I would have a lot of fun redesigning. Which is why the few edits, tier has a lot of stuff that's like, I love this, but also this looks like a fake mon, or is like a regional variant. Bug? A Valet sleeping. Oh! Oh, okay. Okay, a little bit, like, beetly, but also a little bit Gardevoir-y, but also not quite. Valet. Valet. I want to see it from more angles. Valet. I don't like the feet, but I'm going to say that's an aesthetic complaint. That's a personal gripe, and I don't think that's a knock against the character design. I think this is a pretty solid little guy. Now, did I download your face? Yes, I did. And I'm always a sucker for beetles. I love a horned, like, Hercules beetle look. And I like the sort of flower petal sprout thing that it also evokes with the head. I think this is the kind of thing... because it's not quite peak. The flower petals on the back are throwing me. I'm gonna say... Pokemon Inspiration instead of Ripoff, because you can see, like, the anatomical bits where it's a little Gardevoir-y, but it's different enough to stand on its own, and it's good. Also, hello, friends! How much in Sword and how much in Shield? Like, time-wise? Because I only ever had Sword. I, like, pick one and just play it. Pokemon weren't designed with textures in mind, so adding them looked off. Exactly. Give them brown contacts. I'm shaking. Exactly. Hi, Punny. I'm changing Search's opinion by the minute I'm winning as a Palworld fan. I wouldn't say you're changing my opinions. I am just developing new opinions about shit I haven't seen before. Like, I always had... Okay. You know, now that I'm starting to acknowledge that there's so much of this, like, there's so much really good shit in here, that kind of makes, like, the stuff where it is a Pokemon ripoff, like, slightly more disappointing, because now I know they're capable of good shit. Like, why didn't you leave the Pokemon-esque shit on the cutting room floor and come back to it later and add it in an update? Because Palworld can do that because of its slightly different gameplay setup as something that is released in early access and released on Steam and multi-platform. What was that? Bigard? I want to see you, Bigard. The wiki's images aren't good enough. Show me Bigard. That is a B in a dress. I like Kirby Triple Deluxe. That looks like a slightly taller one. That's a different Bigard, is it? That Bigard and Elizabeth. I've gotta say, I like Elizabeth more than Bigard. But I understand both of their existence. And I'm always a sucker for, like, a royal guard and, like, royal bee themed. Ooh. Bigard has legs. Good to know. I did want to... Actually, what the fuck is happening in that image? Bigard has a little dress. Hang on, I'm gonna look at this Reddit post. What the fuck? It's like, it's... What the fuck is happening to its dress? Oh no, someone's... they had two of their pals clipping into each other. Okay, okay. Bigard. Okay, yeah, no. Bigard, Elizabeth, I think. I do have a strong Hymenopteran bias. I love me a bee, I love me a wasp. And these are, like, unique takes on the idea. These aren't rip-offs of Vespiquen. They're, like, their own, like, queen bee thing. I am gonna put these fuckers in peak. That's good shit. Good shit. Good job, Pocket World. Pocket World. Good job. Job? Ugh. Ugh. The amount of time I've been streaming is getting big. Good job, Pocket Pair. Good job, Palworld. Here we go! Lavander, number 69! Seeking a knight of love, it is always chasing someone around. At first it only showed interest in other pals, but in recent years even humans have become targets of its debauchery. I think Palworld's edginess, also being horny, confuses the existence of the whole kind of animal theming that Pokemon has going on, and that Palworld 8? Oh, it's a dark type, too. I know I said, like, it's been 2.5 hours. I know I said I had a whole rant lined up for Lavander. Obviously, they took the idea of Salazzle. They took the idea of Salazzle being a female-only evolution, and how she had a reverse harem of Salandits, and decided to lean into it, and is like, we're going to make a fuck lizard. We are going to take a pretty lizard woman, and we are going to specifically make it about sex, and we're going to be slightly more honest about it than Pokemon can, because Pokemon is an all-ages franchise, and we are going to happily stick with the, oh, they updated it from neutral. Interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that. And what there are certain aspects of Palworld that lean into some, some of, the snarkiness and mean-spiritedness is also, in a there's, a weird horny dimension to some of it. Which is why I ended up moving Gloopy to Fuck Lizard tier. Because it was ooh, the suckers can look like hickeys, and there can be an embarrassing understanding if you snuggle together after a nap, and it's this is dumb shit, fuck shit. This is anime bullshit. It's anime bullshit. And I like Pokemon, generally speaking, for not having any anime bullshit. Not some. You can't take the anime bullshit out of the anime or something. But, this leans back into it, and that leans into, ways I feel, just, feeling some kind of way about it. It's okay, if you're going... I feel if you're going to have a situation where they're kind of like animals, Palworld has that same sort of liminal space where some of them are more people-y, and also the fact that you can put them to work also makes them more people-y, significantly more than some Pokemon, where Pokemon is very much be in tune with nature and befriend the animals, and Palworld is be in tune with nature, befriend the animals. It's more conquer nature and befriend the animals and use the animals to help you conquer nature. So, and make it better for everyone. But when you start doing that kind of stuff and you start being horny about some of the creatures, it's not the kind of thing that I would have recommended putting within. And, they're so coy about it. And, like, I'm coming at this from a person who has also, like, explored other Montamer stuff. Like, I feel like if you wanted to go all in, you could have gone all in by making the monsters people. Because you can just make the monsters people. Digimon did this. The monsters talk. And some of them are beautiful stacked women. Rosemon comes to mind. Like, Digimon has more anime bullshit going on, but it commits to it. It's like, here's a beautiful woman with her tits out, and here she is beating up the enemies, but like, she talks, she has agency, like, she can make decisions about it, and that feels like more, it feels like more normal to sexualize a person than, like, a weird lizard that probably doesn't get any dialogue. It's just, it's in this weird liminal space where it's like, okay, cool, great. You're like poking fun at, it like feels like it's poking fun at Pokemon, but it's also poking fun at like the Pokefucker phenomenon, where it's like, ooh, yeah, we'll be honest about it. And like, on one hand, I can kind of respect it, where it's like, yeah, we know you're gonna want to bang these animals. Oh god. We know there are furries out there. But on the other hand, like, is that really appropriate to pull into the material itself? Like, are you sure you didn't want to just, like, put that, like, let the fandom do that and just, like, look the other way and just, like, not mention it? Because the Pokemon shit happens because kids grow up into adults after playing or watching or just experiencing Pokemon, and then if they continue to have that interest follows them in, and that's why Rule 34 is a thing, because people retain attachment to the properties they grew up with, regardless of what age they might be, depending on the person. Some people grow out of shit. It's just, I don't know. And I think one of the big things is that if not for, like, everything else is so Pokemon-y, and because of that, it is so sexless, that Lovander sticks out more. Anime when it's really good, but John Pervert is introduced in episode 5. Yeah, like, it's... 30% male, 50% female. Like, I don't know. See, like, if it didn't have quite as much of, like, the fuck lizard bias, then like, cause like the design is decent. Like, it has like, well, not quite. They changed Salazzle's muzzle a little bit, so it's not quite Salazzle, but like, I would have put this in. I would have put Lovander under peak if not for like the slightly uncomfortable everything around it, you know? And it gets back into that thing where it's like, Palworld feels like a juvenile shonen that doesn't take itself seriously, it doesn't want you to take it seriously, and I like taking my Montamer seriously because that's how I justify spending 300 hours making friends with all these monsters. And, like... Anyway, solid character design. The lack of commitment to one end or the other puts the fuck lizard in a weird liminal space that makes the entire rest of the property feel more awkward as a result. Alright, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on from the fuck lizard. Rintail. Did they change him? I recall... okay. Okay, so the spiky mouth. Interesting, interesting. Grintail's face here looks different from those screenshots. 1.0, updated visuals. Okay. Because, let me see. That's Grintail. That's what it originally looked like. All Palworld redesigns in 1.0, update explained! Okay, so I was not aware that there were design updates. This is what I'm talking about! I'm looking at this shit and I'm going, woo! Yeah! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for! That's what it's all about! Because the big thing that made this, that held this design back, was the fact that it cribbed Galarian Meowth's face, and they fixed it! They took the thing that made the design worse, and they made it better! And now it can stand on its own. Let me see. Let me look at these. All Palworld designs. Here's the list. Yeah, okay. Verdash. We haven't gotten there. Biggest redesign they update. Make it look less humanoid. Okay, yeah. Robin Quill. Excellent. Really good. I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. Then Gallop. This, holy shit! We'll get to that later. Grintail! Because this motherfucker was another one that I was gonna say, this is a few things away from peak, a few edits away from peak. And look at that redesign! Check it out! Those are the edits that I would have suggested to make it peak, and now it is peak. So, well, Grintail, yeah. Show me Grintail. Holy shit! Wow, Pocket Pair, I'm proud of you. Genuinely, that was... I'm gonna add a new tier. I'm adding another tier. Fuck it. Fuck this. Fuck you. Add a row above. What is that? Eek. We're gonna make it purple. Hang on. Excuse me for just a moment. I'm gonna... I don't know if my nightlight has been coming through. I'm gonna turn off. Made the few edits. Where are you? Where did I put Grintail? I drop him somewhere? There you are. I made the few edits. Yup. They fixed him. They fixed him! Yeah, it's not just Cobalion anymore. And that's the thing. It was almost not Cobalion. All they had to do was change the color and maybe remove the stripes from the antlers. I actually really like this original antler design. Because that was different from Cobalion. And I'm a little sad to see this go, because I like that hooked antler shape so much. But the new design is also really good. I like the flame look of this. And I also think the face is a little better. Alright, Tarantris. Tactician of the Thread Realm. That is... T posing to be bigger and assert dominance. Okay, it's like a cute Drider. That's... I can kind of see some Pokemon isms, but it's more stylistic and not any specific single Pokemon. Tarantris. Are you gonna say anything? Or it's resisted, more tenacious it becomes, such as its personality. I don't know. I really like this design, actually. I'm gonna toss that in peak. Pull-a-pup. Not any photos. There you are. He's a cute little guy. Just save his icon. You are basic idea, excellent execution. He's got like a little ice creamy look to him with the snow face. Oh, and the unicorn has like a cross. Why didn't I put a... There's like a... It makes it look like a waffle cone. One could maybe make the argument that making a seal with a single horn is a little too much like Seal, the Gen 1 Pokemon. This is more original than Seal. And it doesn't crib Seal silhouette, so it gets its own... It's fine. It's original enough. Pull-up Terra. Oh, chocolate flavored! Alright, Lee's Punk, self-proclaimed genius. Lee's Punk. Having a hoodie lizard is a little bit... That's kinda sorta stealing Scrafty's thunder. This is a totally different... This is Pokemon inspiration instead of ripoff. This is a good example of how you take a different idea, like an idea that isn't yours, and you change it enough to make it yours. Okay, Gory Rat. Some kind of ape. Gory Rat. It's a good, solid monkey thing. Yeah. This is basic excellent to me. Basic idea excellence. This is that's a good fucking monkey. Basic idea excellent execution. Like, you took a real animal and you stylized it to your heart's content. I like Terra's a good color. That would be in the same tier. When they're in the same tier, I generally like to skip them because... Ooh. Running a Serpent. Serpent is very shaped. I really like how Serpent is shaped. Serpent. And shape is good. That's a good mod. They made him a Lagiacrus. Okay, maybe I should consider what they're ripping off. Because that's a little bit laggy. But the fact that it's... Okay, maybe not completely laggy. You all got... Ooh, I like your Terra color scheme. That is an excellent critter. Ooh, I'm excited to get to some of these, because some of these look really cool. Serpent is, like, exactly the kind of creature I like. I like a serpent. It's got, like, a really nice, simple body. I want to say simple excellent. This is a basic excellence. But, like, in my heart, it's peak. And I know I've done a couple things where, like, in my heart, this is peak. But, like, fuck it. Serpent gets peak for me. It's my goddamn tier list. Fuck you. Excuse me. I like how Serpent Terra has a horn. That's cute. Robin Quill. So, Robin Quill was... Honestly, the pre-redesign is, like, some people call that, like, great value Decidueye. I don't see it. It does have Blaziken's legs, though. It has Blaziken's legs. It's got a few other, like, weird things going on that I don't like super much. But, yeah, the redesign is 100% a glow-up. It looks really good. I will say, this red leaf in the center, a little bit Gardevoir Gallade. Not enough for me to call ripoff, but a meaner Pokemon fan might. I think it's a bit of a reach, especially because the name what is it, Robin Quill? Yeah, it's like a Robin Hood thing, so it's supposed to be like a feather in his cap. Surfing does look like a pool floaty. Merch idea. I want to put this under Pokemon Inspiration instead of Ripoff, because it looks... This would have been... I would have put this under, like, lazy Pokefusion. This is Pokemon Inspiration, but, like, done well. So it's still very much an improvement. Rubical Terra, so it's got, like, a more of a, Robin Quill. Okay. Floppy. 27. Ooh, almost halfway there, and it's 2 fucking hours. This might have to be 2 episodes, guys. Did people, like, bitch about this looking shaman-y? Because I see that flower on its head and is like, did people ever point out a Grace Adea on a pal that no one... Oh, the people might have pointed this out and gone like, that's Deerling! I have seen people make some serious reaches with calling certain pals, ripoffs. What is that, Floppy? Floppy. Where it's like, yeah, they ripped off this piece and that piece and whatever, but they'll be like, they ripped off stuff from, like, 5 different places and didn't change it enough. I think Floppy's good. I think Floppy is very cute, and I don't see any specific Pokemon inspiration. I think that's just the usual, like, Palworld just has the Pokemon art style. It's not quite as creaturely as some things. It's very much like a little person type of thing. I want to say basic idea, excellent execution. Vixen. Ooh! I can see how this would have pissed off Bryson fans. But it has a hat. That's the main thing that differentiates it from the Fennekin line, is that it has a hat. Vixen. Oh, yeah, I can see Delphox fans getting mad pissed. That's a... But, I disagree. Maybe they could tweak, like, the ears a bit? I want to put this under Pokemon Inspiration instead of a ripoff. Because you can tell that it's, Fennekin. Oh, it's like a reconcept, like a remix of the Fennekin idea. And okay. Catris. Hello, Catris. Are you the Mismagius motherfucker? I think you might be. Image as. Yup, you're the mischievous Mismagius motherfucker. Or were you? Is that past tense? Did they change you? Thank God for safe search. Oh lord. Feel like there was something that looked worse. I'm gonna put you in for now. Oh, Zephyr. That'll be fun. I think this is our, like, it's just Mismagius-y enough, like, and yeah, they made it feline. I'm gonna say Pokemon Rip with a lot of potential. It needs color tweaks. Right now, it still has that, like, faded green that, Misdreavus has, and that makes its Pokemon inspiration too obvious. I think it needs to be fixed as a result. But it's not that much of a fix. It's an easy fix. Zephyr. Zephyr. Oh, kind of. Not what it. What? Is that what it looks like? Maybe it's a different angle. Just see its chin or its lower mandible. Oh, fuck yes! That's a good fucking bird! That's a good bird! I know where I'm putting you! Come on. Putting you peak. We're putting you in peak! That's a good fucking bird! Zephyr looks also really looks good. Haha, looks. Elgrove! Elgrove, sorry. That's cute. This is a very basic, like, overgrown, woodsy, anthropomorphic thing. It's like a little bit deer, it's a little bit bear, it's a little bit Sasquatch. I like it. That's a good, solid design. I'm gonna toss you in peak. Perfect. No notes. 10 out of 10. Solid. I'll grow Christ as... Do you trigger any Pokemon alarm bells for me? I don't know. Lunaris! This guy's more of a Sonic OC than it is a Pokemon ripoff. And it's also exactly the kind of shit I like. God. Putting you in peak. Gotta be one of my favorite pals. Ooh, neutral. Interesting. Fanglope. I kinda want to grab old school Fanglope first. Just to have it on as a subspecies. Oh, it's got a black and gold subspecies. Oh, you look so nice. Okay. I want to put Fanglope old. This is a special thing because Fanglope was the thing that inspired me to make this tier list. It was the thing that was like, that is really good, except for the fact that it looks like Cobalion. If you de-Cobalion this thing, it would be amazing. And they did de-Cobalion it, but in doing so, they removed some of the things that I liked about the original design. And while I can respect that, if I go ahead and do, like, a Redline redesign stream for a bunch of them, I want to show what I liked about old Fanglope and what I like about new Fanglope and the kind of changes I would have made if I wanted to keep old Fanglope looking even more familiar. The way this guy looks, this is a good Pokefusion. It's so Meganium. Like, the Megane, I can smell the Meganium through the screen. That's a good Pokefusion. This is Meganium and Goodra. Speaking of another Pokemon that people can't be normal about. Sign off some looks. Bushi! Alright, show me. Babushi refining some English. It's just a samurai dude. I think he looks good. Not my thing, but I think it qualifies for peak. I think that's peak. That's a real solid samurai dude. People say Bushi's a ripoff, but I don't see it. Ripoff of what? Like, it's a guy, sure. But, like, what, are you gonna get mad at a guy for having some Jinko jeans? Like, if nobody else can have wide-leg pants, then what's even the point? This... If people... It's like, I can kind of feel it a little bit. Oh, you sent that chat for Dinosum? Okay, yeah. Never mind. I was just late. I was just slow on the uptake then. Bushi's fine. That's original. I have seen people say Bushi is a ripoff before. And it pissed me off because it makes no goddamn sense. That's plenty original. It's just yet another victim of Palworld, all pals looking like Pokemon. Because they use Pokemon's art style, and they didn't bother to change it. And that's just a critique of the entire process and not the individual things. And we've already been over that, so I don't need to get back into it. What do you use? Munchill. Oh, he's so round. That's a Frost Galbo from Kirby. Actually, I don't think there's a Frost Galbo. I think it's fire and water. But he does still look like Galbo to me. He's just a little fucking lizardy Pac-Man thing. That's basic idea. Excellent execution. Mamorist! I see this guy in a lot of, promotional material. And that's good because it's a good, solid, original design. It's a grass mammoth. Oh. I like the way this is framed because it makes it look like the palm trees growing out of his head. It's cute. Now, Mamorist Christ is also very cool. That's a little more... You could probably yell and say Mamoswine, but Mamoswine is a mammoth and also a pig. Mamorist distinctly has a trunk, and also the shaggy fur on its back turns white, which makes it look nothing like Mamoswine. And also, if you can't make an ice mammoth, then what the fuck are you even doing in your life? I'm gonna say basic excellent. Finsider. Finsider. Cute. It's like a fish Mimikyu, but like not Mimikyu. He's just like the idea of like a guy with a face, with its face in shadow and little glowing eyes. I'm gonna say basic but good. Nothing special. He's just there. He's just here to have fun. Petalia. Cute. Maybe. And also, when I put stuff in basic but good, where it's like, yeah, it's just a thing, this kind of stuff is absolutely critical filler for any Pokedex. Or any monster roster in any Montamer. Every single Montamer needs a decent amount of, like, generic, like, simple little guys that aren't anything special. So that the really good, like, if it's all killer, no filler, like, I've heard stuff where, like, there's been, like, interviews where Pokemon designers say, yeah, we specifically avoid all killer, no filler by, like, taking a cool design and then adding something slightly weird. Yeah, but Petalia is a different take on the pretty flower girl from Lilligant. They're like two different takes on the same inspiration. Leafan. Oh, you're taller than I expected. I was gonna say, how similar is this to the Pancham line? But honestly, not at all. Honestly, it's more like Bamboo Panda Chun-Li, if anything. And having diverse inspiration is good. I like that design a lot, actually. I do think that's a good furry. That's a really solid furry. And I'm not. I was about to say I'm not mad at Palworld for including more furry bait. But then that would, if I actually said that and meant that, then I would invalidate the Lavender rant that I just had. I just wish, like, you shouldn't be furry baiting by, like, making the furries horny. You should just make a well-designed anthropomorphic animal character, and the furry fans will do the rest. That's it. There are people, like, who aren't furries who will lust after, like, some, like, really basic bitch, like, what, like, untoasted white bread men from, like, media and stuff. And, like, all you gotta do is, like, make a decent-looking furry character design and you can just, like, if you're that desperate for people to be horny about your characters. This guy, I like this a lot. This is Houndoom Krampus. Incineram is... but I really like it a lot. I'm gonna go... hang on. Here's my thoughts. I really like Incineram. I think its color layout is just a shade too Houndoom. Few edits between this is another inspiration for this tier list. Glad to have. We are always happy to have Safe Search on because God knows what kind of shit we'd be. What would happen if I was like looking that up without shit off. Needed to be said, it would be unusable and I would get instantly nuked from YouTube. Anyway, Incineram could probably use some tweaks. Incineram Noct has those tweaks. So that's why its base form goes and needs a few edits, and that's why its variant goes in peak. It doesn't need that many edits because it still needs to be red and have curved back horns to keep that personality, because the sheer length of its horns does not a Houndoom make, and in fact the horns are fine. I'm just mostly concerned about, like, the red and, like, maybe the skeleton bones a little bit. I don't know what edits I would make. But it came up in conversation with some friends about stuff that looked a little too Pokemon-y. I think I've warmed up to Incineram since. Okay, Dazzy. It's a cute little Nimbus character, like, ultra simple girl thing. With a little... cute little cartoon smile. I'm gonna say basic, but good. Dazzy Noct is the same thing, just in different colors. Iron! Oh, that's good shit! Thoroughblaze is a really good name. That is to say, straight to the top of the tier list with you. Honestly, finding out that they fixed some of my biggest problems. Oh, your dark variant's even cooler! That's just because I like purple, but Relaxaurus. Oh! Oh, you're the guy that I see in the icons with the dumb little guppy face. Oh, yeah, that's a rubber duck. He's a rubber ducky. extremely rubber ducky energy. And therefore, I want to put it in, basic but good, because it's so basic. Nah, it's so basic that you can't, like, you can't really put it, I can't really put it in basic idea, excellent execution, because there's not much execution that has been done. No, actually I'm putting in excellent execution, because making them into a dot-eyed rubber duck thing is, in fact, a form of execution that I can get behind. Ooh! Very cute. This is like... I like this a lot. Foxicle. Now, my Pokésona is a Glaceon. So... it triggered my Glaceon radar when I first saw it. But, the more I look at it, the more it looks like Ninetales. This one is gonna go... it's peaking my heart because that's exactly the kind of shit I like. I like a weird dog. I like an elegant dog that has some cool extra shit on it. This is inspiration instead of ripoff. You can tell which Pokemon inspired it, but it's enough of its own thing that it works. Like, it's not too Glaceon and it's not too Ninetales. Beacon. Oh, quick way to my heart is an excellent bird. That's an excellent fucking bird. Let me see. Beacon. Yeah. You have a very fluffy belly for a bird. I still like it. Good fucking bird. I will allow my avian bias to take hold of me once again and send this guy straight to the peak. Gangler. Oh, he's like a fish. I like it. I like... oh, he's like a ghost fish thing. It's a really good design. That's really solid. I like it. Gangler, you have won my heart. Solidly original. Honestly, finding out that some of, like, my biggest... I've said this multiple times, but it's been 2.5 hours, so I guess saying it over and over is pretty fair. I am incredibly pleased to see that some of my bigger gripes with certain Palworld designs have been fixed outright. Now, Greyhound is good. I like Greyhound's design a lot. This goes in good Pokefusion territory. This is Lucario in the face, because of the stripe that goes up the head and the shape of the ears, and the shape of the muzzle. Although Lucario has the fucked up, like, under muzzle mouth that... and also the eyes. It can keep the eyes the same, it just needs to do a little, like, silhouette changes. One could argue that the winglets on the forelegs are maybe a little bit manectric, or maybe mega manectric. I think they're fine, maybe? I would have to compare them. Compare and contrast. The tail is just Raichu, and it needs a fix. You can still have a long tail with, like, a long thin tail with a thing at the end. That's Raichu's tail. I would recommend, if you're gonna have you either put something else at the end of a long thin tail, or you move away from the long thin tail. Definitely the kind of thing that I would want to play with on a theoretical redesign redesign stream. Menacing. Oh, this motherfucker is... He's got the Giratina face. This is the... Dark ground. Show me the rest of your body. Menacing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, in my heart, this is a few edits away from being peak, and the primary edit is to remove the Giratina face. Move those lines around, or take them out. Change the eyes, maybe. Like, maybe more of a... That's Giratina. That is... a few edits from peak. You have Giratina's face, and that is very unfortunate for you, but everything else looks real nice. That's a good bug. Needle! I'm not even gonna bother looking. No. I need to fully evaluate you guys. Needle. About what I expected. Basic, but good. I'm gonna do basic, but good. Just a little guy. Needle not. Raindrix. Uh-oh, another showy servant after my own heart. Do you have photos? Ooh, I have the video. I'll look at you on Dr. Raindrix. Rain. That's a beautiful animal. Oh, weird servants are such a fast... Yep, that's peak. That's going straight to peak. We're putting you on the peak. Peak of the mountain. Very tippy. Snow-capped peak. Snow-capped peak. Ooh. You can always convince me with antlers. You got pretty filigree-esque antlers. Sanda. Sanda. Oh, he's huge. I want to say basic but good. Not my cup of tea, but like solid, maybe a little generic, but solid. He's like the good kind of generic, but no, maybe not generic, because the moss over the face is a pretty interesting look. Chillet! Chillet and Chillet Ignis! You were from the Palworld crossover! Oh, that's what you were in Terraria! Oh, I had pals this entire time. Yeah, these are pretty solid designs. These are good. That's a good, like, nubby dragon thing. I want to say Chillet is... Yep, I mean, I guess I would have figured that out eventually. Like, I can't believe I didn't know that! But, I'm not gonna say peak, I'm gonna say basic idea, excellent execution. It's got very Pokemon-esque eyes, but once again, that's yet another, downfall of the art style overall, and not the specific design. Ragnahawk. Yeah, now we're into the good shit. Now we are into the good shit. I like how this kind of looks like a Lammergeier a little bit. Can ride him with a saddle. Yeah! He's a rideable mount in Terraria! As part of the Palworld crossover. Putting you in peak. I'm not going to bother rating the Terraria crossover monsters either. Like, where you can get the Eye of Cthulhu into slimes. Because I don't give a shit. Because that's not what I'm doing. That's, if it's crossover material, then I wouldn't, that's not Pocket Pear's thing, so I'm trying to critique Pocket Pear's thing. Okay, Boldron. Fire dragon thingy. a very pleasant fire dragon thingy. Where is a Moldron? Basic idea, excellent execution. Very basic. That's a fire lizard. It's a very traditional fantasy trope kind of monster, and it looks good. It looks decent. It's a good, solid Montamer monster. Columba. Big in the jet. Dig Toys. Dig Toys is a pal, too? Oh. I thought that was just a new Terraria item. Okay. Columba. I'm learning all sorts of new things tonight. Okay. I can see, or an especially nasty Pokemon fan might say this is a little... No, actually, I can't see it. This is perfectly, solidly original. I like him a lot. It's a palm tree bird. Basic idea. Excellently executed. Dig Toys. Hi, Dig Toys. Yes, you are a drilling machine. You are very good for creating elevators to prevent the spread of the corruption or the crimson in a Terraria hard world mode, I guess. You are basic idea excellent. Basic excellence. Ron Cherry. I think you also got the, Great Value Meganium accusations. Oh yeah, this is the Meganium, motherfucker. It's because of the, but it's a really good take on the same ideas as Meganium. It's just the fact that it's a long-necked dinosaur with the neck coming out of the flowers around the shoulder. It's a really solidly designed version of that. I honestly want to put this under Pokemon Inspiration instead of Ripoff. I think it could probably stand to be tweaked a little bit. Dumud. Dumud. It's a dumb fish. It has Sobble's head fin. There's a gold version. It's not a Pokemon ripoff. It has like one feature stolen from one Pokemon and the rest is completely original. Let's do basic but good because it's like basic but generic. Because it's not a bad design, it's just not my cup of tea. And you do have to kind of put some effort in to make a bad character design. So far, we have had nothing that is original, but also bad. So far, all of the genuinely original shit has all been decent at minimum, which is good. That means Pocket Pair has good taste overall. What is that? Braloha. Got another long-necked plant dinosaur, which is a very nice trope. That's cute. I'm gonna put you in basic excellence. Do I have... Yes. You are in basic excellence. Alright, where are we? 110? Kitsune! Can't go wrong with a Kitsune. Oh, swirly wing shape, or swirly fire shape is a very good way to get to my heart. I like the ring. I like the fact that the fire is a halo. Ooh. Oh, that's a good dog. That's a good fox. Quality Foxo. I'm biased. I'm putting you in peak. That's a good fucking design. Kitsune knocked. Blaze Howl. Yup, there's our fire lion. There's... And it's a pretty interesting take on a fire lion, with the ridge. First look. I like the horns. That's a nice touch. Me. Blaze. Oh. I want to see your final look. Solid. I like the black base with the orange fire. I like the horns. That's a fun take. Honestly, arguably, less of a ripoff of any Pokemon. It has more in common with Teostra. And if you're gonna rip anyone off for a Montamer game, Monster Hunter is the way to go because it has such a realistic art style. It's only Montamer is a spin-off. The core part is fighting them as humans. And the art style change and presumable other changes you're gonna make are... I'm gonna do Pokemon inspiration instead of ripoff, with the knowledge that it's not actually inspired by Pokemon, it's inspired by... that's a Monster Hunter reference. That's Monster Hunter. And Monster Hunter is huge in Japan, so I would not be surprised if this was actually directly inspired by Teostra. But also, Teostra is very much just a fire lion with horns. War Sect! I like you! I like a good bug! Bug! That's a solid-looking beetle right there. I like a beetle. I like a big... I like a beetle with, like a Hercules beetle with a huge horn. And I like eyeball markings. I like these little rings it has on its shell. A lot. I like that a lot. That's a good fucking bug. Do I put it in peak? I'm putting it in peak. This is my... It's my birthday. It's my fucking tier list. I get to put the bug in peak. Ooh. Ground grass with a pure ground subspecies. The subspecies system is good. I like that, and it's an interesting way to differentiate itself from other Montamers. I like this variant a lot. It reminds me of my local Hercules beetles. Hang on. This is going to be another one where I'm going to put you in basic with excellent execution, and I'm going to take your subspecies and put it above you. Subspecies goes in peak, because that gold sheen is really good. Okay, Frost Plume. I love a peacock. I love something with funky featherhead crests. Show me that good shit. You don't have any images on the wiki. Okay. Frost Plume! Yep, that's a good fucking bird. That is a good fucking bird. You have won me over with your avian charms. I'm not sure if it's peak. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but it is, like, several tropes that I like, and I like a bluebird. I like a peacock, I like a bluebird. I'm gonna put you in basic excellence, because the idea is just ice peacock, but it's done very well. Okay, magics. Still no greater images. Magics. Show me who you are. Furbait! Yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers! That is someone's waifu. Striking heroic pose, but the reality is that it's simply bracing itself against the weight of its tail and hair to avoid toppling over. What is it, top heavy? It's so much... because it's so ears? That's Sybil? Sybil X? Those are both pretty good designs. Like, that's just a solid character design, but yeah, this is... Wait, what is it? Striking... Does it have, like, its hands on its hips? Yes, it does. Okay. It's got sass. That's... I mean, I called it furbait. The only thing furbait about it is the fact that it's anthropomorphic. Like... Oh, it's furbait! No, it's just a furry. Basic idea, excellent evolution. You made a furry that's on fire. Congratulations. Ooh, Sibilix. Kinda like how spooky this thing is. Okay. This has everything I like about Frostmoth, but taken in a different direction. I kinda want to throw that to peak. That's really good. I should not be surprised. Oh, I know why it reminded me of Frostmoth. It has the big-ass eyelashes. I should not have been surprised that Pokemon fans were that mean about Palworld, because they got nasty about it, and I saw some of them. I saw some of the ripoff accusations and said, that's a reach. I can see it, but it's a reach. Calm down. And now I know how thoroughly they were cherry-picking. I like Moraith a lot. Moraith is my shit. That's peak for me. It's a basic idea, just like a blank white mask of a face on like some kind of fluffy black thing, and it has fire, and I think there's like, but like, that's exactly my shit. That's peak. Bravo. Shroomer! That's another rubber ducky type of animal. That's very much how I look at the flight attendant to let them know that I'm awake and I would like a cookie. That's what's going on in that animal. That's head empty. Oh my god, he is all neck. Oh, he is 90% neck. I like this bird. I'm excited to put this bird in peak later. This Shroomer is going in basic excellence. That is a squeaky toy. Squeaky toy type of animal. I recently watched a lot of Casual Geographic, and I watched his whale video recently, and he called beluga whales sentient squishmallows, and that's how I feel about Shroomer. That is a sentient squishmallow. Isolin. Ooh! I can see Pokemon in it, but it's a bunch of different ones all at once, with a lot of original flair. And that makes me want to put it in Pokemon inspired, but not a ripoff. This is a non-ripoff inspiration. It's very Mismagius. It's maybe a little bit of Frostlass. It's a lot of Hatterene. Okay. Hildra. Golden Blade of Duat. Alright. Gildra. Wyvern is the biggest fur-bait by Palworld for birthday. I got money from my parents for my birthday. If I get Palworld, I'm gonna buy it myself. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Gildane. That's a little bit Suicune. Not as Suicune as some other things. Fun fact, I glazed Spectrobes a lot earlier. There's a Spectrobe called Flammerax, which is like a secret card exclusive Spectrobe from Origins, and Flammerax is just a fire type Suicune. Gildra, you go to peak because I have predictable tastes and I like a mysterious floaty guy with big fucking claws and golden rings. Jormuntide. That's a good fucking sea serpent. That's a solid sea serpent. Respect. And it's also kind of... Is it how much of my shit is it? Is it peak? It's got the whole ridged, like, segment thing going on that I really, really like. Chat, I'm gonna have to toss it in peak again. I'm predictable. I'm a big ol' scaly. I love reptiles. Suzaku. Ooh, I like how sleek your face is. Big red bird. Oh, very big red bird, but like not quite bird? Yeah, that's super unique. I love. Ooh, you are so shaped. You are so shaped. I love you, Suzaku. What's interesting, like, see, look at this. Look at this bit on the wiki. It's named after the vermilion bird, like, of the 4 sacred beasts of Chinese mythology. But it's not. This is the least bird-like of any, like, birdy sort of thing that I've seen from Palworld so far. But it's just very explicitly named Suzaku. So I wonder if it was based on any specific, like, historical carving or depiction of Suzaku, rather than the concept of a red firebird just on its own. Because they took that Suzaku Aqua! Oh, it comes in blue! Ooh, Suzaku Aqua's Japanese name is a reference to Shiva. Ooh. Dazemu! There's that bird I wanted to put in peak again. Holy step. Yeah. Yeah, big crown of feathers. Fast way to my fucking heart. Did people see, I feel like this would have come out before. God, I'm a fake Pokemon fan. I always forget shit from the most recent generation. The guy from one of the poison type legendary dudes, the bird. Something, it's named after Serendipity, I think. Fezandipity, that's its name. It's not quite Fezandipity, because the crown is such a big... I think this... Is it older than... I'd imagine this would be older than Fezandipity. Unless... yeah, it's not Fezandipity. Okay, Quivern. Dietrich said Quivern was furry bait. Quivern looks like it's furry bait in the same way that, Gudra is furry bait. Which is to say, this thing is not bait at all. Furries are just like that. This is definitely one of those simple, but well done. This is basic excellence. Quivern is the poster child for basic excellence. He's the reason, like, I knew roughly about what Quivern was, and Quivern inspired the existence of that entire tier, where it's like, this is a very small, generic idea, but it is done in a specific... Furries love Quivern for all the wrong reasons. Furries love Gudra for all the wrong reasons. They saw a fat slug dragon, they were like, is anyone gonna slime girl that thing? And didn't wait for an answer. Lulu. Primal source of hay fever. Okay. Show me the tiny flower person. Oh, it's not that tiny. It's just a little flower person in a dress. The references to hay fever and all the Palpedia, entries is very funny to me. This is basic. I'm not sure if this is basic but excellent. I'm gonna put it in basic excellence because it's unique enough to stand on its own. My heart says it's just good, but they've added some more like shapes and flares to it to make it more unique. I think Kit is another basic excellent. Stop showing me people's Facebook profile pictures. Yeah, that's just an armadillo. Very much basic but good. Cute little guy, but that was just an excuse to put an armadillo in the game. Yakumo! Okay, kind of like a lion dog type of thing. Ooh, extra small! Oh, it's a puppy! It's a little guy. Oh, they spawn in pairs. Okay, yeah, that's... Yeah. You could probably scream Growlithe, but that's just because this shares the same inspiration with Growlithe. So, like, of course they would turn out similar. I want to put you in basic excellence, because it's just like, oh yeah, here's another take on the lion dog statue. Okay, Scutless. Oh, another fish! A sleeping Scutless. Oh, he's long. That's a good fucking fish! Is he, like, upright like it normally does? Does he, like... Oh! Part of its body resting on... Oh! It's got a similar gimmick for as Veluza, but instead of, like, Veluza's gimmick is being, like, jettisoning things. Like, jettisoning its flesh. And Scutless's gimmick is being a sword in a sheath. Well, the fact that they named the pal Anubis is also pretty significantly, like, you should be looking back at the jackal-headed Egyptian god and not... I kind of love Scutless's inspiration. This is like, I'm tossing you in peak, motherfucker. That's clever. It's a clever bit of design there. Let's skip over Ignis, because it's just palette swap. Reptyro! Y'all know I love a reptile. Do you have things on the wake? Yes, you do! He's just sticking his forelegs in a hot spring. Oh, she's just sticking her- Sorry, I misgendered the lizard! Reptyro. That's really good. I want to say it's either basic excellence or peak. I didn't realize there would be this many pals, but I guess I should have expected it since 1.0 came out. Fuck it. This thing is exactly the kind of shit that I like. I'm putting you in peak with all of your friends. Starion. Fonts. Bringing the sealed realm of Terraria is like a reference to Terraria's unicorn. What the fuck is the sealed realm? Sealed realm of Terraria? Oh, that's the Terraria crossover location. Okay, okay. That's how they put Terraria into Palworld. They had some pals spawn in the Terraria location as a reference to some of the generic fantasy creatures of Terraria that pals could cross over with. I see. That's a good fucking haunts. I love me a horse with, that's just a solid fucking unicorn. I like the emo bangs. I like the racing stripe. I like the shiny bit on the chest. I always love boots with the fur every time. And I really like the bladed horn with, like, the chunks taken out of it. Keep this a heek! A heek! Can't believe I got fucking punked by the worst Pokemon fans again about shit that I actually like. Like, okay. I know I said something about, like, the people at Pocket Bear being, like, slightly chuddy. One, maybe they've improved. Two, I am aware that the specific category of worst Pokemon fans have been, basically plotting their downfall on purpose. But, like, they don't seem, like, villainously chuddy. Like, they just seem like maybe kind of dicks that I wouldn't want to be personally friends with them. But, like, they don't seem to be the kind of thing where it's, like, that would, like, drive me away from getting Palworld. Like, hang on, excuse me. I want to put you in basic, but good. No, actually, I want to put you basic idea, excellent execution, because I like your shapes. You are very shaped. Okay, Cryolinks. Ooh, you are also very shaped. Ooh, you're like some kind of ghoul. Ooh. So I want to put you in peak for your uniqueness, even though I don't like you very much. I mean, I like your face. I don't like your arms, but the arms... The arms are contributing to me calling you unique. They're not a decision I personally would have made, but they do. It certainly is original. I can't fault it for that. What is that? Snugloo. Snugloo. Just a little guy. He's just a little guy. He's a cute little fluffy yeti thing. I'm gonna put you... This is basic excellence to me. That is peak basic excellence. Excuse me for a moment. I think the kind of thing where I've been on enough, we can just blast through the actual Palworld OS again. Now, I think they could afford to have more than 13 songs in their game. But I get it. It's indie studio. Probably more busy working on the gameplay and the actual designs. Wumpo! Oh... That is an extremely Totoro type thing. I'm gonna put you in basic excellence, because you're just... The premise is just a fuzzy guy. Basic but good. Wumpo Botan. Sootseer. Oh, he's a little skull dude. I love me a little skull dude. Okay, can I see Sootseer? Sootseer. Sootseer. Show me Sootseer. Some chucklefuck definitely called this guy a Chandelure Rip, and that is not true. I like him a lot. I'm putting you in basic excellence. I'm sorry for banning you from peak. Carnivora. You have... No, you don't. Carnivora. Give me some motherfucking screenshots. Okay. Okay. That's fun. Like a carnivorous plant hat thing. That's an interesting texture pack. I don't want to call you basic but good. I kind of want to do... I'm going to call you Pokemon Inspiration instead of Ripoff, because you have, like, recombined the looks of... Like, you have Mellow at his hands. You have Mellow at his hands? And... Like, you're a little bit Mellow-ish, but you're also really different. I'm gonna leave you there for now. You're not peak in my heart, but you might be moving in that direction. Blazamut. Blazamut. Oh, he's sleepy. Yep, that's a good, solid fucking design. I like that a lot. I'm putting you in peak. Alright. Plaza Mutt Ryu? Sweet. Alright. Duelist. Show me your thing. Duelist. Rocks. You are a guy who is rocks. That's cute as fuck. That's the same kind of... Like, he's blocks! I'm putting that in peak. That's either peak or basic excellence. Because... Nah, I'm putting you in peak. That's just really... I think you've earned that. It's got a lot of the same, like, shapes that, I like about Garganackle, but it's obviously very different because it's, like, blocks that are, like, runes and shit instead of blocks of salt. And you stop showing me Facebook results. I do not care. Show me Anubis. Show me an Anubis full body. Yeah. I'm not sure if I would put you under excellence, because you seem kind of like it's kind of a generic Anubis, just like an excuse to have an Anubis. But, like, it's a pretty solid Anubis. I'm gonna call you basic but good. No, you do have a nice silhouette. I do like the cowl thing you have going on behind your head. I'm torn. I do not know if you are... And I don't want to... Okay, so you just have guys straight up named after mythology, which makes sense. There was a Suzaku earlier, so Anubis and Sekhmet shouldn't be too much of a surprise after the fact. Sekhmet's the furry bait, right? Sekhmet is like capital FB furry bait. Sekhmet. Thank God for safe search. Yeah, that's a cat girl. That is a very cute cat girl. Like, damn, girl. Hips! Hips! They knew what they were doing. I'm gonna put you in basic but good again, because it's like pretty Egyptian themed cat girl. You have more in common with Anka than you ever did with anything from Pokemon. Trickster. I like Prickster a lot. Some of this is a little Skorupi to me, but, like, not quite. But Prickster is very much not basic. Very much a, like, that's an Anthroscorpion thing, and not strictly just a scorpion. Means I can't put it in basic because it's got a really unique silhouette. Kind of want to put it in peak, even though it's not quite my personal definition of peak, because it's not that far off from peak. But it's not enough of a Pokemon ripoff. It's like a few edits stand between this and... Okay, I'm gonna put a few edits stand between this and peak. because some of this is for Pokemon ripoff stuff, and some of this is just for personal opinions, because I'm remembering Ruby here. Ruby doesn't need to be de-Pokemonified, it just needs to take off its stupid fucking bow tie. Pet Troys. No pictures on the wiki. Time is it? Excuse me for a moment. Alright. I'm gonna have to rush to finish up the last of this, so we're not... Oh, he's a cube. That's that fucking... That's a brick. I like the design of the face a lot. That is a Tortilding from... What do you basic excellence? The idea is simple. It's a turtle that's also a brick. But it's done well. I like the face. Alright, Nyafia. Another fur bait, but this one's got attitude. I think that's solidly original. It's another very obvious furry. I'm not gonna put it in peak because it's not quite my definition of peak. Okay. The page freaked the fuck out on me. Emog. Next one is called Xenovader. Fuck yes, I love an alien. Okay, so there's just a mimic. I'm gonna just put you in basic but good. The idea is simple. There are many mimics throughout the world of Montamers because Montamers are based on RPG tropes. Xenovader. Xenovader. Oh. Okay. I like Xenovader a lot. I like Xenogard even more. That's Dialga's tail fan. And that makes me sad because that's a cool... I like that what the frill adds to its silhouette. But it is so obviously Dialga's that that I just simply cannot put it in peak. Not yet. It would need to... That's fucking Dialga. You would need... It only needs a couple tweaks. Extremely small tweaks. I'm gonna do you a few edits stand between this and peak. And I would still want it to... Wait, have I gone through all of you? I haven't seen Verdash yet. They what's his face? Okay. See if we can try to speed this up a little bit. Indigo Handmaiden. Oh boy. Brunelia. Oh, that's nice. That's very pleasant. Oh boy. I think we might have to go for a lightning round with this one because we've gotten past, like, some of the ones that have been, like, seriously... Yes, I definitely really like this. Or, like, yes, I have very specific opinions about this. So, what if we go back up to this? Okay, Tetris and Amelia, Nightmare, Loki, almost Alaska, Birdash, Splatterina, Bosu, Celesdeer, like the kind of thing I like. Astagon, Azurmate, Gowentail, Snort, Snock, Noctera, Supreme, Acheron, Little, Silwat, Bakani, Samora, Dapur, Adrelon, Dynamoth, Tropicaw, Flarical, Phidia, Dupin, Blujay, Venusa, Mycora, Lumen, Quistella, Len, Ejadron, Isbolt, Urk, oh! Shadowbeak, do Shadowbeak twice, Celine, Rochellon, Sylvance, Dandalord, Belanoir, Xenolord, Cartellus, Palladius, Necromus, Galleon, Reptilius, Jetragon, Palace. Pals. Oh, that's the power of friendship, baby. Okay. Nightmare. Cute. That's cute. I want to do basic. Do basic idea, excellent. I just start saving as many icons as possible. Save in images. Listen, Fletcher. I like how they lean into Dark Pals being more explicitly evil. That's probably why Lovander got updated to being a dark type, because it's the fucking mascot of sexual harassment. Aquam's actually pretty cool. I know there's one of these that looks like a really cool centaur, but it really obviously has, the Char Cadet duo's face. And that's another few edits away from peak one. Awk. This wiki does not have enough images. Perhaps I should contribute eventually. Bakemi? Your Intralon. I really like Adrelon. Tropicaw. Video, that's another. Open. I have a new sub. How many more do I have? That's about 20 more, right? For, Boomin. Revealer of Truths. Ooh, that's a cool bird. Stella. Grisbolt. There's your mascot. Fuck, I didn't need Berserk. Berserk is a little bit Garchompy, but it does lean Orca direction rather than the shark direction. Does another point of view mean to cure the motherfucker with Silvely's crest. Best for big dog. How long? Looks like a peak candidate. Sylvance. Looks pretty cool. Bandilord. Noir. Lord. Oh yeah, Space Invaders. Talus. Oh, so like the Golden Heart. Palladius. This is the Palladius and Necromus? I guess there's two of them. Just like Armor Rouge and... Fuck, I have the other one. That name just fucking fell it. The other Char Cadet. Cerulege. Just like Armor Rouge and Cerulege. And Phallus. Ooh, whale. Looks like a good whale. Now let's see if I can add all these motherfuckers at once. Open says me. Yeah! Okay. So now we can actually go through. I won't have to go slowly. Now. Smokey. Jet black little hero. Cute little guy. He's just a little guy. How cute is this little guy? That's a very basic little guy. It's a soot kitsune. Kitsune, if you will. Where are you? Sooty! My soot creature. There you are. I want to put you in basic excellence. That's good shit. For my school. I love creatures with freaky masks. He's very simple. What the fuck is that? 100-faced apostle. What is it doing? Okay. It's just standing around, but the fucking... That body horror bullshit has immediately launched it up to peak for me. I was like, okay, he's just a little guy. He's just a thing that stands around. No, he's a spooky motherfucker, and I like a spooky motherfucker. Well, Alaska. Well, Alaska. It's an ice whale. Birdash we looked at. I want to say Whale-Alaska is basically good. I don't think it's anything special, and it's not really much to write home about. This little guy, Birdash, they fixed his Cinderaceisms. I'm gonna put him up here. He looks really nice. He's a good dude. Would I call him Basic Excellence? I don't want to call him Basic Excellence. I'll leave him there. Now let's look at you, Splatterina. Splatterina 3. I think I love this pal. I like the evil murder Corellia. I'm gonna... Let's see it. Okay. Yeah, that's... I'm gonna go ahead and go with... We're gonna put you in Pokemon Inspired? I'm torn between that and Peak. Because it's just kind of okay, but it's like, it's exactly my fit. I'll put you in Peak. It's really obviously Corellia. But it's like a murder Corellia. Fuck it. Yandere Corellia goes in Peak. Alright. Gildane.
Innovator is also a name of the archetype I want to show you.
There's so many pals that are just what if women, but I guess that's a lot of Pokemon too. Not nearly as many. I think Palworld has a higher ratio. I gotta say, Gildane, as much as I love it, kinda basic. It's like peak in my heart, but I'm gonna say this is basic excellent. That is basic excellent. And who's next? Dogen. Do I have stuff? Oh, you're this guy. You're the... That's cool. Yeah, he's like a meditating warrior rabbit thing. Or dog thing? Oh, Dogen. Like Shogun, but also dog. Let's say Dogen is... Dogen basic but good, or is it basic excellent? It's not anything special, but it is more unique than... I'm gonna leave it in... I'm gonna leave basic but good. What is your deal? Bulldozer. Show me that freak. What are you? What are you? There we go. There's your dog. Oh, he's like a... I like the Shisa look with the mane of rocks, but he's also got like that big floppy Mastiff look. That's cute. It's not my thing, but like this is basic. This is excellent. Nope. I think this goes in Peak. Yeah, it goes in Peak. I'm gonna put it in Peak, even though it's not my personal favorite, because... Okay. Celestier. Celestier. Oh. Peak, I'm afraid. Oh, shot through the heart and you're to blame. You give us a bad name. Cute, I guess. It's very simple, but it is exactly my shit. Where are you? There you are. Cervids with cool horns. There's just something about them. Astegon. One of these fuckers kind of looked like, I might be thinking of a different Montamer that had something that looked like, more like, Zekrom. This guy's very Zekrom-y, actually. Yeah. This is a bit of yeah. It's approaching original. Like, it's very close. I don't know what edits I would make to make it. Maybe I'm just biased? Maybe I'm just overthinking of that other thing that looked more Zekrom-y. Maybe it's the wings? I'm gonna put it in few edits from peak. I think I need to think on it. It's the kind of thing I might need to sleep on. Ah, Clem, do you have anything here? Ah, Clem, you are a big knight with big fists. That's basic excellence. Maybe. What the fuck is up? Ah. Still Vegas. Guardian Dragon Ironclad. This is probably gonna be like one of those things where it's like just my dragon bias shows through. Still Vegas. Show me that dragon. Oh! Oh, it's pretty! Oh, it's pretty! Oh no! Oh no, it's pretty! Oh no, it's pretty! Oh no, it's pretty! It's going in peak. I'm biased! Azurmane. That's a cool critter. Azurmane, that's a good fucking haunts. It's got like... What do those hooves remind me of? They remind me of something. I can't remember if it's a Pokemon though. They might be reminding me of a Digimon instead. A little bit Zemstrika, but it's also a little bit Monster Hunter Kieran. And also, unfortunately, it is exactly my shit, so it is going directly into peak. I'm the kind of bitch who loves legendary Pokemon, couldn't you guess? Okay, Valentail, do you have no pictures? No pictures. Show me the critter. It's a cat. It's a cat with stripes. Fine. Not good shapes though. I like show me with full body. It's a snail. Cute snail. This has to be AI generated because first of all, Pikachu's there. Second of all, none of these guys are anything. Second of all, this guy's facing the wrong way. We're going to flag that motherfucker as an AI generated image. Snock. I'm gonna call it basic, but no, he's not generic enough for basic. Basic excellence. You're also basic excellence because you are very shaped. You have nice shapes to you. All right, who's? I think I remember seeing. Oh. Yeah. It is solid. This is good shit. Sure, if I want to leave it in Pokemon Inspiration instead of Ripoff because it's not super gossiflary. Not super anything. I'm gonna say basic excellence. Lapiron. I cannot tell what you are. Lapiron. I get a full body? It's a different guy. May I see him? There you are. As it runs, avoiding unstable footing with ease. Okay. It's a little bit Lekismani. Like a weird bunny. It's got some really good shapes to it. I kind of want to put it in. Yeah. No? Yeah. That's basic excellence. It's just like a ground rabbit thing, but it has very good shapes. Poodle, you got. Nope. Good shit. Poodle? I shall replay the OST again. Poodle is normal. That's basic excellence, baby. Yep. Basic excellence. Well, what? Basic but good. Very simple. Akemi. Akemi. Just a little ghost thing. That reads as basic excellence to me, because there are many little ghost things in this game, but they're all done differently. Oh, Mora! That's a really unique design. Yeah, that's very creative. Not my flavor of Peak, but he goes in Peak regardless. I should have made another tier for Peak where it's like, I love this, and this is very good. The idea is not necessarily simple. Maybe it is. Aristocrat fish. I'll put you in basic excellence. Peak can be for my annoying bias. What is his name? Lapure. Yeah, I saw you earlier. That's Peem. 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 Okay. Adrian. Show me the good shit. It's a good fucking bird! Oh, the transparency is a really cool effect. Yup. Yup. Ooh, my biases are showing. Yup. Yup. You're going back in Peem. Okay. Dynamoth. You are all curled up. I cannot tell what the fuck you are. Dynamoth. Oh! It's a bird, but he is fluffy. He's just a storm cloud. And also eyeless. The eyeless is kind of awesome. I like that. I like the hooded... It's like the cowls that they put on, like, falconry birds. But it's, like, built in. There's some excellent fucking birds in this. Oh, he's just a little guy. Yeah, that rules. That's a good bird. Tropicaw goes right up to the top. Okay. Flarical. I expect for a bait. Flarical. Oh. Kind of. Have this nice sort of robed look. Yeah, you have leaning into the oracle. Oh no. Oh no, it's Peem! What's that? porcelain. Joy and misery come in equal measure for take care of one must prepare for what that entails. Very cute. I really like that design. Honestly, these sorts of... I would take those sorts of, like monster girls over fucking the average anime girl every day. Honestly. Now, if only you could talk to your pals. Okay. Ophedia. Lotus snake. Lotus snake. Lotus snake. That's Peen. I should have had another green tier that was like solid original design. That's just not my cup of tea. Illusionist Cottontail. Okay. Dupin. Dupin? That's a Jester Cat. That's good old-fashioned basic excellence. Also, you know, the furries are gonna be all over that shit. Basic excellence? Rouge. Rouge. Is that Joker from Persona 5? Just the alpaca. Yep, that's a good bird. Basic excellence. Call that bad boy basic excellence. The Phantom Thief bird. Venusa? Venusa? Show me Venusa. Okay, so she's a Lania with Medusa hair. That's reading basic excellence to me again. Like, it's just like, okay, yeah, it's a Medusa, but it's like really leaning into it. Ikora. That is a mushroom girl. It's a cute mushroom girl. I'm gonna put that in basic excellence. The high tiers are very stacked. I'm happy about that. Lumen. Lumen. Is it a weird bird? Fuck yes, it's a weird bird. But it's also like a weird ghost. I like the weird ghost bird. That is what we call Peem. This ghost lady is Peem too. She's got good shapes, good design all around. This guy's got like he's pretty obviously Electivire, but inspiration is to rip off. And he's got like a nice iconic look to him. With Stella, show me with Stella. With Stella. Let's see. Basic excellence, honestly. good way to do, like, a little Star Witch girl. When we've done Renjishi. Show me Renjishi. Computer! Show me pictures of Palworld! Oh, that's cool. He's like, the glances movement appear exaggerated. Oh, full of openings. Unable to look away as if transfixed. He's like a kabuki actor. Yeah, he's a kabuki actor. Got the big pants, he's got the strong red markings, and the whole Paldeck thing about, yeah, that's basic excellence. They was like, we want a kabuki guy, how do we make... Is it Peen? Are we dealing with Peak here? I really like this guy. But I think basic excellence is getting more stacked than Peak, and that's... I'm putting him up with Peak. He's good. Okay. Agedron. You're gonna have to show me an Agedron full body, buddy! Ooh! You're the guy with the fucking pillar wings. Think? Yeah, Agedron's... That's awesome. That's unique and also, like, fitting my tastes. We are putting Mr. Agedron in Peak. First Bolt. Lylene is... You're the motherfucker that looked like a Lilligant Gardevoir. This little guy looks way more like a Gossifleur from this angle than she does in other. But the thorns kind of... I'm gonna say good Pokefusion for Lylene. It's a good Pokefusion. And it could go a little further. Could even be a few edits away from Peak. I like where it's going. Let's put you a few edits stand between this and Peak. Okay, or Cert. Have any images? Do like Orsurk a lot. I feel like Orsurk is very much Pokemon inspiration instead of ripoff, and I like it a lot. It's not quite Peak. I feel like I'm starting to, like, develop my aesthetic a little more. Valeris. Valeris, love the boil corn. Ooh, it's a little Corviknighty. It's just a tiny bit Corviknighty. I think I'm gonna say... But I don't know how Corviknighty. Because it's just, like, the face and, like, the raven mane. And also the talons. The way the talons jut out at the knuckle. Laris might be another few edits from Peak. Few edits from Peak. I think you're Peak to me. I think you're just different enough from Corviknight to work. Okay. Shadowbeak, you motherfucker. Shadowbeak, you motherfucker. The Arceus ring? Come on. That is a few edits away from Peak. You are... You are a mashup of various Pokemon. And you could stand not to be. Honestly, just, like, change the wheel situation. And, okay, so, I don't actually mind the wheel too much. I say it's Arceus-y, but the fact that it's black, and the fact that it's a different number of spokes, fact that it's a different placement of smokes does ease my concern about it more. The Silverly crest has got to go, though. That is not. You lost all genetic ties to other pals. One of them will be considered a pal. Interesting. The modified DNA. See, that's the premise of it being... like, they were just like, how do we put Silverly in our game? So, but it looks so cool otherwise. Therefore, few edits from Peak. Alright, Celine. Ooh. I like this a lot, actually. Yup. Celine is Peak. That's Peak. I'm afraid that is Peak. That is not Pikachu, because that's not the world we're fucking around in today. Okay, Bastigore. Bastigore. That's a guy. Looks fine. I'm gonna read the battle face. Part of anything around is an uncontrollable urge to punch it. Or the toughest challenge after studying is Glacier Roar. Why does it want to punch Circle? It's fine? That looks like basic excellence to me. Like he's kind of like a Yeti dog man thing. Xiaolong. Show me that dragon. Is it a dragon that I like? Yeah, that's a solid, badass looking Eastern dragon. Let's see where people might get like weird and precious about the lines down its side and scream Rayquaza about it, but like, no, that's literally fine. Different enough. And it's also Peak! Still dance. Do you have anything for me? Nope. I have to Google it myself. Still dance. Except I'm not Googling it because Google don't work no more! Oh, hello. Oh, hello. How are you? Are you like a bug? You are an interesting critter. Oh, that is exactly my shit. I'm putting you in the Peak Squad. Peak Squad! Alright. Mandalore, do you have any? Nope. Look it up myself. Mandalore. Oh! Oh, he boots! Another world tree friend. Like that a lot. That's really unique. It's not like, it's not like tickling my sensors for my absolute favorite tropes ever, but it's extremely unique. I'm sorry if I'm not answering chat a whole lot. I am trying to get this done fast. Because it is getting late. Lord, I like Xenolord. I like aliens. Show me what's up. Oh. Oh, he's just a little dragon. He's honestly not that alien compared to certain other pals. He's just a guy. It's a very normal looking alien. But he is very shaped. And because he is very shaped, I think he has earned basic excellence. Because the idea is simple. Alien dragon. And the result was a cool-looking dragon. Not my favorite alien dragon ever. I've seen cooler. But that's what's keeping it out of peak. What is it? Her cow. Bliss. Unsettling and strange. Has been delivered. O King of Salvation, carry me too into eternal stillness. The text cuts off here. Ooh. I'm a sucker for elegant cervids with cool-ass antlers. Singing my song, Palworld. We're putting that one in peak. Alright, now we're on to the Blowjob Brothers. Do y'all have images on the wiki? Okay. Palladius. Look at that. See how the head is very Charcadet line? Literally, that's all you'd have to change in order for me to throw this into peak immediately. Necromus. What's up with that? What the fuck is that? What are you talking about? I think I'm going to start recording this shit for my generated images because that is completely irrelevant to whatever the fuck I'm doing. There's our boy. The head crest is a little bit Sylvally again, but that's just because it's one wing-shaped thing on top of its head. The double lances are fine. Once again, you just need to change, like, the head helmet shape to make it look less like the Charcadet. Like this is the Sarah-ledged Palladius's armor rouge. And then you're home free. You're so close to peak. You are so close to peak. The fact that it's the two of them also leans into that. Okay, Frost Stallion. Oh, it's a Pegasus! I want to see it in better detail. Frost Stallion. That is basic excellence to me. It is just an ice Pegasus. And it's very basic, too. But it's basic done right. Alright, Neptilius. Y'all got pictures? Nope. Oh. Bimsh. And also, once again, my antlers bias comes out. It's got Arceus face, though. Okay, maybe not quite. It's got, like, the beak. Not to go, like... I thought I saw, like, the striped, like, Giratina lines. No, I think this is... I'm comfortable putting this straight into peak. Congrats, Neptilius. Uh-oh, I don't want to lose you. 2 more. Jetragon. Yeah, you're like an iconic dude. This was in a lot of promo material. I really like the loop around the back. I like the jet look. We always like airplane dragons. I'm always a sucker for like big floaty hologram panels, as you can tell by my own VTuber avatar. Yeah, I think that's another peak. One could argue maybe a little bit Latios, maybe a little bit Dragapult. Dragapult's the pre-evolution. Dragapult. Need back and fetch. Oh yeah, Dragapult's final evolution. And it's okay, first of all, it's orange. And, like, there's only so many ways you can do a dragon that is also an airplane. I mean, there are plenty more ways to do it. And also that loop around the back gives a lot of character. Alright, last one. Panthalus. With the last of its species, keeping its sacred duty close to heart. Long obligation to be cries for its mother would only be answered by a solitary echo! With no work suitabilities? Oh. Okay. Last of its kind, misses its mommy. Oh, Pokemon comparisons again. Of course it does. I'm gonna read that article later, actually. That's a beautiful beast. That's a beautiful beastie. Does this tell you these aren't the same thing? Yeah, I'm deadass telling you those aren't the same thing. The only thing in common they have is whale and maybe the eyes. God. I want to throw Pokemon... I want to, like, shot put most Pokemon fans over the horizon. They're so dumb. Y'all are so dumb. Anyway. That's my fucking tier list. I gotta download the actual thing. I'm gonna hang on to that bad boy. Well, Palworld is not confirmed peak, just that they're monster, and they're not all peak. Just that they have way better monster designs than everyone said they did, which makes a lot of sense, because haters love to cherry pick, and I understand. This has definitely made me feel better about my potential for, like, my, like, desire to buy Palworld, and, like, my confidence in the devs to make cool shit and stand on their own 2 feet as creature designers and as game devs. And to do their own interesting things, and I'm glad there's cool shit. I'm glad some of the Pokemon ripoffs got unripped off and are now just kind of doing their own thing. And yeah. Thank you for joining me. I had a blast. I'm gonna go to bed. It's bedtime. A Palworld next spring, I guess. Good night, everybody. Good night.